Okay, so we're getting back to more oxygen not included. So the current things we got going on right now is our toilets are backing up because I don't have that plumbed correctly, which is what I was working on. That's right. Um, let's see. One from way back. You're floating in islands, build bridges, Tetris style, capture hostile islands. Interesting. No, I haven't played it. I hadn't heard of it. All right, so what I need to do is I need where the pollution comes out of this. I need my reservoirs in this. Okay, here's the issue. All right. So the issue is this needs to the toilets here. Those need to be on the input side, which luckily is actually going to be really easy. Is this the right line? Let's make sure it's the right line. That's the right line. Okay, which should be pretty easy because all I need to do here is build a bridge there and a bridge there. And then connect those pipes. Okay. And that should allow the water to go the way I want it to. Because I want, oh, I need to disconnect this pipe as well. Because I want this pipe to feed into storage, and this to feed into my irrigation. What was this about? Oh, yeah, I guess I don't really need that, honestly. I mean, they've already built it most of the way, so I'm going to let them finish and just going to slam that closed, so if I ever have a problem again, I can just open it up again. Yeah, that's... I'll let them finish that. This should be redundant. But, then I can go ahead and I can just close this up. It'll be fine. Dirty water stop moving? Yeah. Because this is out, this is in. So this is waiting for these plants to need it. And then this is going to be an area to drop out. But this is the input. And that's going to get put in storage, so we're good. The problem was it stopped moving here. So all the toilets and all that were backing up. And that's because it was, you know, going out to here and it could only go into this. So I just need to route around it. Okay. Disable building, set at 9. It's okay if some of that pops out. Alright, and then... Okay, so to catch up, so this area has been doing mostly fine. We're dealing with a little bit of temperature problems here. I believe I've already got the solution in place for the temperature problems. We're just kind of waiting for it to actually solve. Ooh, actually, not really. Why is that so hot? Oh, because you're finally pumping that in. Well, that's going to undo where I said I've about got my problem solved, because where we were starting to pump, you know, cooler water through this area that's going to help things out, that very immediately turned around to being... Oh! Hey, the pit finally planted the second Wheezewort. You know I'm betting I did? Radiant. I want that Wheezewort to really, really cool down the pipes here. But basically, I've got heat problems in the middle of the base, which are going to get worse because all that polluted water is really hot because it's coming out of all our machinery over here. It's just this hasn't been running forever because all the ethanol blocking it. But that should be a temporary problem. It's going to be a really bad temporary problem. Oh, good. So it is getting the temperatures of that water down to like 40-something degrees, which should help. I could make this recycle. That is something I could do. Is I could make this water like loop. I think I'm gonna do that to try and help out our problem. So what I would do to accomplish that is I'll bring a pipe over here, bring a pipe over here, and I think if I connect it this way, it should prioritize the input here. I'll have to be careful because there's a really good chance this could get our water below freezing if that's the case. But maybe that's okay. How's it going? It's pretty good. No, actually, yeah, it could, because it'll back through here. It is going pretty good. They shouldn't be starving. There's more than enough food. You should be, yeah, you're at almost 100,000. Why is all of this? Air pressure? Why is our air pressure gone? Why, okay. What happened? Water. That's what happened. Water is what happened. We're out of water. Why are we out of water? We don't have polluted water in this system. Okay, well, this is actually an emergency. Cut that line so we're not exporting any water. Why is literally all of the water... You're dormant, aren't you? Turn that on. Holy crap, turn that on. You still have 80,000 calories. This is a very, very urgent issue, though. Because literally all the water in the entire base is shut off. What? Why do you keep saying starvation? There's 80,000 calories. Eat it. This thing. Kill it and eat it. Why is the wall missing here? Alright, so pumping that into the system should help, because it'll start going into our, Why are you stuttering? All wash out sounds like our home this morning. All wash up? Ah, that's no fun, I've been there. Okay. Yeah, that's what I'm guessing is what the dupes got mad. Alright, so it should bring our water back online. But that's why our air is all gone, is because our air depends on water. Here, turn these on in the meantime. You appear to be out of algae. That'll help a little bit here. This is back online, so we should start getting air. Like that's this whole air track should start coming back into the building. But what's also weird is the tile, the sandstone tile here. That's what I'm not understanding, is where that sandstone tile came from. How did you get gross water in here again? Please stop it. Anyways, what we were working on is we're trying to unveil, like, get this volcano out here and start using it for power. And that's a work in progress. But at the moment, we're dealing with more catastrophes. Alright, so we are finally getting enough carbon dioxide in there to start helping. Yeah, someone was digging without calling the proper authorities and hit a water line. That does not surprise me that you'd run into that. Not like where you're at, that's not common that. Just people would do that. There's gonna be a problem with that fresh water, though. Yeah, so you go over here. You run down here. Yep, that fresh water is going to be a problem. For that matter, open that up. So we can start having this fill it back up more. Because I want to make sure I'm not pulling that fresh water into this pump, if at all possible. Alright, so we've got the entire system back online. The air is starting to improve. There's hydrogen all in here. Why is this place so full of hydrogen? Yeah, so our chlorine is all full. The polluted oxygen is just keep building up in storage more. Oh man, are we gonna seriously... max that out? Oh hey, where were you hooked up for automation? Oh, that's not what we want. Yeah, so same idea of what you're doing there, but up here instead. Alright. Because this is just basically a giant buffer to shove gas into. It's mostly oxygen in there. Or, not oxygen, mostly polluted oxygen. Oh, we're out of algae. Like, we're actually out of algae. I had not anticipated that. Like, there's no pipe or anything behind there. Well, I have you over here. So we're out of slime as well. Lovely. Yes, I'm trying to sit there and slowly chop away at this. Did I seriously miss that one? Alright, we'll try this again. So I need them to sweep the stuff out here. Alright, you have no wire connected? Oh, yeah, you have no wire connected, that's fair. Alright, so the thing I need to do here is I need to seal this room. And the challenge I have is this is currently in the way of me sealing the room. Yeah, there's a lot of people who just don't think things through. Alright. This room shouldn't actually get that hot up here, so I don't actually need to use the, like, the whole ceramic tiles and all that nonsense up here. At least I don't expect to need to do that. What I am going to need to probably do... Let's put a tile up here. And then for the moment, I'm going to slam an airlock door over there. That probably won't stay there, but we're going to slam an airlock door up there. Why are people getting scalded? Oh, not there? Someone over here getting scalded? Give me the copper. Okay, so good news is things seem to be recovering. Slowly. We are pumping a whole lot of oxygen back into these rooms, into the air masks, all that stuff. It's gonna take a little while to catch up. But it does seem like things are improving in there, that they should correct themselves if left to do so. Disable that building for now. Disable that for now. I just needed to kick a bunch of water back into the system to get the fresh water flowing. We got a partial reservoir there. That's because this went dormant, and that's one of my main water supplies. How's the temperature in here that's complaining about temperature? So it's getting mildly warm in here. Well, it's getting a bit on the warm side here. That's primarily because of how hot this room is. Honestly, in hindsight, this room probably should have just been opened up and just left. Alright, well, The last of the ice melted here. This ice is going to go next. That's been overdue for 100 or so cycles. That's probably where all this came from, was that ice melting and then splashing into everything. Okay. Here to that. Here to that. Here to those. This is fine. We are slowly getting the air pressure down over there. And part of the thing that's a holdup now is these are probably struggling to refill their oxygen and whatnot. Alright. So, I can set up the desalinization. That'd definitely be one thing to work on. I do kind of feel like with all the heat I'm going to be able to get out of here, that potentially I have a way I can just boil water. And that, like, by turning the water into steam, that'll effectively clean it. Because that's kind of what happened here, is there wasn't really any meaningful amount of clean water. There's just polluted and brine. But because of how hot this is, it would boil it off, and it would get some fresh water. Well, that's interesting that patterned that way. I wouldn't have anticipated that. Yeah, there's plenty of slime that I can get to deal with the algae problem, but I need to close this off first. And actually, for that matter, just as a precaution, let's put that on top there, so if we do break through here, it dunks off the other side. Yeah, it's almost nothing but natural gas and hydrogen now, which is good. And it's just off-gassing entirely, making it super high pressure over here. So let's maybe make putting the automation line back in a high priority. The good news is, because of how high pressure it is just filling this whole area up with oxygen. All of it's becoming oxygen out there. It's not exactly how I wanted to go about it, but you know. As long as this keeps running, our oxygen should recover. And you're getting overheated. That's not what you want. That'll probably be a continuous problem because of this. That'll be the nice thing about once I get something like this, figured out. Once this is powered and running, it should be a consistent cooling thing that, it running within itself in isolation should be fine. But I depend on the power that this is going to give me to make that work. I mean, this is just wasting time right now, because this isn't an enclosed space. Here. Alright, how do I want to rearrange this to make this work? Right now, I think I put that up there. The big issue is I have this room right here that, can't really move the room. Because if I take it apart, I can't rebuild it. Alright. Yeah. Get off the wheel. We're going to go over here. We're going to do an automation of a switch. Actually, do that for both of these. So that way I can, without having to actually be there, I can shut the whole thing down or not. And go ahead and take apart these two segments of the power line. Instead, this isn't going to be elegant, but I'm going to go this way. Take apart that. And there's one airlock. Oh, hey. Actually, cancel that for now. Get all that built. Sweep it up. You can build the air... You can build the, my temporary power situation up here. For pulling the air out of the room. Now that's only one airlock right now. I need 2 layers. So we can deconstruct the door here. We can deconstruct some of these blocks. That's fine. The big thing is I can't deconstruct the pajama cubby. Because that's where my pajamas come from. And you can't move it either. Alright. That said, that'll work. Why did I put that? It's fine. It's fine. Having reduced airflow will actually work in this particular case. So now I can go here, disconnect that. Make this a second airlock. No, not yet. I appreciate your eagerness. But first I'm going to need you to go ahead and finish that wall. Like, finish cleaning this up over here. Because I want to make that a vacuum. But the goal is for this to be a vacuum and that to be a vacuum. And this can be whatever. Oh, the 2 pumps didn't get done. That's fine. Oh, is that brine? Sure, I don't really care where the brine goes. That's why it's just sitting in there, because I want to get all this junk out of here. Anything I don't remove from here is going to ultimately come back to haunt me. Because when this hits 3,000 degrees, it'll turn to a liquid, and then to a gas, and it'll be a problem whether I like it or not. And honestly, actually get all of this power wire out of here. And just snake that little spot right through. I also don't think I can fully get everything out of here while the volcano's in place. Alright, we got coal. How's your mining going over here? Like, no progress has been made over there meaningfully in a long time. Taking time to refill that. Are things here? Oxygen's good. Temperature's not great. Yeah, so we do have... the cold water moving through the system a bit. I need to deal with the cold water. So that's out. That's because this reservoir is hot because this polluted water is really hot. That's Achilles' heel I've got right now. Is all my polluted water going into the system is starting off really hot, and it's causing us problems. Is there a way I can reroute this water so it's all cold? Oh right, I was gonna loop it through here. So instead of inputting here, then going through the cold cycle, that this would literally go directly into feeding into the cold cycle. Yeah, it shouldn't be hard to set up. That should actually be very easy to set up. I can go ahead and grab my plumbing here, cut you straight across, bypassing this section. So you go down into this route, you go over here, you circle around. Meanwhile, the pipe that does just keep going right now, I just take another route for that, which can be down here actually. That's actually be really hard to set up. Okay, so that goes down there. It's already hooked up to go here. I would cut this line, and I actually can cut that right now, honestly. Cut that line. We will need to figure out a good way to take this past. Because I need to basically loop this line. We can actually do this very sloppy if we wanted. I can reroute this. Disconnect this bridge. Now we turn it this way. And then put it there. Then disconnect that pipe. And then I can go over here and plug this water in here. Go and deconstruct that. The spaghetti is real on this one. And deconstruct this bridge. Now cut that connection. That's not what I want. Cut that connection. Wait. What was this one going on about here? Alright. So you go in this way. Why is someone getting scalded? You're getting scalded here? What happened here that you've gotten to scalding temperatures? Shut down all of this. Shut this down. Why are you getting scalding temperatures? Like, I know this room's hot, but something went wrong. I'll deal with that in a minute. Alright, now back to where it was over here. Okay, so let's see. So we're coming in from the pipe. The intention is that this is going to feed water in here. It goes down there, comes through here, goes through the area where we cool it off, comes down here, loops back through here, goes up here, goes through this way, and then that would go on to our toilets. Do I have anything else that needs it? Where do you go? What are you? You're nothing. That's what that is. That is a nothing. Let's go ahead and cut that line. That's leftovers. Alright. It's not going to have the throughput I wanted it to. But at least that does mean all of the water going into the base is going to this area. It should also have the side effect of cooling down this reservoir, since we are pulling the cold water through it. It's going to take a while for that to do anything up this far. But my hope is, you can already see where it's cooling this room down. My hope is that we will be able to drag the temperatures of the water supply down, which should then drag the temperatures down for a lot of the stuff up here. What over here is making all that heat, by the way? Not you, is it? I mean, you make some, but not that much. Yeah, that's not going to cool off until, they use the toilets enough that we're cycling the cold water in. This could be interesting. Deliberately put radiant pipe there. I probably don't need to. It is adjusting temperature back and forth here. I could insulate this pipe. I don't think that solves too much either. It's kind of like just genuinely waiting for that pipe to do its magic. Yeah, see, the temperature is dropping rapidly in the pipe as we're using it, so that should make a difference. Question is, how fast? Alright, how is our air doing in here? Alright, it's getting to be lighter blue. It's taking its time. We are getting some algae now, which is good. Like, that's a concern. This whole area's gotten super hot. What changed? Oh, I guess they were running this real hard, put a whole bunch of hot water down here. And I don't have the water to counter it. So that's getting way too hot in here, too. Ugh. How long do you have to come back? 30 cycles. Well, that's not what you want to see. The good news is that should run out of water pretty soon. And then this will stop running entirely. How much ceramic do I have? I have that just going away. At 24 tons. It's time to turn this off. They'll turn off one heat source. We turned this off as a heat source. We turned that off as a heat source. So it should start bringing the heat down here as I have less things supplying heat. See, just getting. How's the stream going? It's going pretty good. We are dealing with a heat problem in the main base because this geyser kicked off. We are making a lot of progress towards the volcano. Oh, do you finally have everything moved? No, you're still building automation wires. It's fine. Like, we pulled all the liquid I could out of here. I still need them to actually pick it up and move it. Oh, right. Did you actually build this thing? Okay, cool. Liquid. Brine. I want to get everything out of this room. Then I'll end up sealing it off. We'll vacuum it out. The reason I have the double doors as well is so I can tear this all out and get it out of there once, you know, all this is set up. So that hopefully I won't let any meaningful amount of air or gas or whatever in there. Because I didn't see an air pump I could put inside that room that can stand 4,000 degrees and not have a problem. That temperature's a real big problem. Okay, so you're done pumping for now. So that should help some. It would appear I do not have enough water again, so that's really not ideal. This is what I get for putting this thing off forever. And for putting off desalinization forever. I don't really have a reason I'm still putting off desalinization. Other than that, I hope to be able to just boil everything and not have to worry about it. Sure. Take the water, you can add it down here to help with the temperature. That's the thing. The water down here has gotten so hot because it comes out of the metal refinery. I could literally just put the like the pump jacks down here and just, honestly, that wouldn't be the worst idea, is to put like one of the pump jacks down here since this is all water and just pull the water out. Okay, so close those. We'll let them take that apart there. And then we'll put a wall up here. They can start vacuuming out that main room. Okay. So put a wall there. That way this is all enclosed. And then you can start the act of trying to make this whole area into a vacuum. I'll probably also end up needing a vacuum up here, or a gas pump up here, but we're not there yet. I could put one of the little ones up here. That's actually not a bad idea. Because this room, it shouldn't need to worry about it. The ventilation. Mini pump. I'm gonna do that. They don't care that they're in line to block each other. Yes, they do actually care. And the reason I'm thinking hooking all of them up is that way, ultimately, I pull all the air out of here, make this whole room into a vacuum. I pull the air out of here, make it a vacuum. Then I can seal all this off. And I don't have to worry about, every time they go through these doors, dumping air in. The idea is I want this to kind of catch the air in the middle. It'll take a while. Alright, for the moment, just leave that crap open. Until you build that wall there, it doesn't matter what you're doing with the gas going back and forth. How desperate is our water situation up here? It's not happy. Oh man, the water feeding into our base is 110 degrees. That's why everything's terrible. That's because that became effectively our only supply, was our metal outtake. Is a problem. So I should reroute that, is what I should do. Which is not going to be an easy thing. What would be the best place? I could reroute it from here. Because we've had that to keep that cold, and that's been fine for a long time. But, I gotta take that cold water and do something with it. I could see using the water shutoffs for this. Like, have it detect the temperature, and if the temperature's over a certain amount, it routes the water that way. If not, it closes it so the water stops routing there. But with all the spaghetti I've got running up and down the middle of this place, I don't really have an easy way to run it through here. The good news is at least we're not getting more hot water right now. So it's in the base once it's dealt with is dealt with. But I need cold water is the problem. And other than setting up the desalinization, which I should have done ages ago, I don't really have a good solution for that. I think that's the answer. I have to stop not doing the desalinization and just do it. What is your power grid looking like? You got room on your power grid. 700. So the desalinization's going up here. Alright. So, where is water? Plumbing? It's refinement, isn't it? Refinement. Desalinization. I need you to get rid of those. All of that. Please. Why are some pipes yellow? Oh, in here? Sorry, here. These were radiant. That's to drop cold air into this room. Like, it is going through insulated block, but it does keep the insulated block, which has helped a little bit. That was set up forever ago. Basically, radiant means this is better at exchanging heat. Versus if I go down here, for example, these ones are dark blue. That means it's insulated. It does not exchange heat as much. So it's kind of, do I want the heat to leave this pipe and to get the heat from the air around it? Yes, no. I can nudge it one way or the other. Because I set up desalinization and plug it into the fresh water supply, I should get cold and hot water. Okay, so they pulled those up. So we can go to refinement, desalinization. Plunk it right there. Add blocks to stand on. Mind that. Alright. So desalinization, I believe. You can just go right here. Plug you in there. That's where the salt water goes. And then we just need to get the fresh water somewhere. Now the catch is, this is a sealed room, so I don't have an easy way to get in and out. But that's okay, because what I can do here, I can put a bridge there, and there. And that's our water line going in. Oh no, this will be perfect. So then what we could do here is get another bridge. Put it like that. And now all you need is power. It's conductive cable, as I recall. Ooh, you are 480? That's fine, I believe. Yeah, we can handle that capacity. Okay. So that should set up desalinization. Why did you take damage? Oh, you're not connected here. Cold damage. Oh, you can't use water that cold. It's because the water is freezing inside of it. Well, first of all, stop that. Well, that kind of breaks that right at the door. Well, crap. So, what I could certainly do here is I can route the salt water down... Oh, I could route the salt water through this room. If I route the salt water in this room, it'll pick up a bunch of heat. Then I take it to desalinization. That's a lot of things that be depending on each other. But this would help, because this is feeding air into that main room, and it's hot air. Of which air is running out. Why is the air running out? I mean, you're pulling almost a steady stream of air. I mean, I guess a lot of it's going into the atmosphere suits and all that, and not ending up in here because of it. I could put I could put more air production here, but it wouldn't really get that far. Now, you certainly still could cool off the air here. Like, and that would be potentially helpful. Because that would help cool off the inside area. Alright. So I could branch it off here. Take it to this room. Go around the inside kind of thing. I think that's what we do. But we do it after it be needed over there. So we take this. Your liquid bridge this way. And this way. And you're that way. We won't try and go around the entire room. Instead, we'll just do a number like this. Because I always got to build a whole bunch of ladders and all that inside, and this should be enough. If I have to... You're allowed to go both ways on that door. Like, I could make it radiant if it ends up being that big a deal. Alright. So you'll cross over yourself, making even more spaghetti. Oh, no, I'm not trying to make it up there. Hang on, I don't want it to go up there. That's not where I want it to go. I'm trying to take it over there. I've got to clean up these pipes at some point. So take it over there. So a bridge up this way, a bridge down that way, one bridge here, bridge 2 there, and then we'll cut across. That whole thing is going to be a big old disaster. Meanwhile, That'll fix that up when the pipes are all connected. Okay, I can fix this up now. And go boom, 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 boom. And then cut the pipe right across here. Yeah, it should warm up the water a great deal because this room's usually very hot. And I'm hoping that'll make it hot enough that we can go ahead and do this. Alright, so you've already drained that line. Because then I'll run the pipe there, and it'll be like the most roundabout way of doing this, but, you know, whatever. Okay, so now I can do that one. Grab this pipe. Bring it across. I actually didn't need this. Okay, so with this, cut that line. Where do you feed back into the system? You don't. That's how you feed back into the system. You don't feed back in the system. Well, it should prioritize the bridge, so I should actually be able to connect this, and it should prioritize going that way, and then if there's spare, it'll go this way. Alright, that's coming out of there barely at the temperature I need it. I think we can actually afford to make this a little hotter. Trade heat there and there. Because I just want to make sure it doesn't freeze in that pipe. Because it's right on the edge of freezing. Okay. And this should cool things. That is not the way the water flows. That isn't the main water intake. That's another... Oh, no, never mind. It's going around. Okay, yeah, we're good. We're good. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I got confused there for a moment. I was like, oh no, why? This actually doesn't need to go up here, does it? It's working. That's fine. So this water is all going to be really cold. So that's going to eventually lead us into that problem again. Yeah, so we have water that's like 100-something degrees, but we're feeding 30-degree water into that system. I should also be able to go in here and see this room very rapidly start cooling off, which has been overdue. I'm definitely going to have to go in here and make adjustments to how this works. I also have to watch the temperature. I might end up having to use this to cool it as well. Yeah, so that's probably pipes getting frozen a little. Got a question. I have poor internet. Does this game great internet play? No, it can be played offline entirely. Like there isn't, like, internet is not required. Alright, so clean that up. Yeah, so this room is starting to cool off. Where we overheat our base, we're starting to cool that off as well. And get there. Okay, so with this, re-restrict that room. There's no reason for anyone to be in there. Yeah, so we did that to help it warm up. Cool, so by the time it gets out of the room, it's above freezing. Well, it's getting there. That's fine. Requires emptying. Oh, I see. It fills up with salt, and then they have to take the salt out. That's fair. Well, algae... Honestly, actually, algae can be used in both places. But that'll help our immediate need for oxygen. That's going along. Oh, you actually mined this out finally. You might have crossed that whole area. Alright, got this couple hot tiles there that are still getting started. Okay, so you finally got all that, so close these doors. And once those doors are closed... Alright, So this is the challenge, I'm not going to be able to get all of this ladder back out. I think... If I remove... Not that. If I remove the bottom two pieces of ladder... I'll be able to climb back out. Light the ladder on fire. I mean, when I open up that volcano, it's gonna have fire. We can go ahead and enable that building. Start vacuuming all the air out. Well, we're going to. I'm still setting up the room to Volcano. The room's not done yet. Or put the well, I mean, but then I have a second ladder I gotta move. Because the problem is the material falls to the bottom. That's the issue. So I can't get the material from the bottom. But that's... Well, actually, that's literally what the... Oh, that's fine. That's literally what the lava's made out of. That's fine. That's like watching it all burn out. I mean, you might still get to see that, for the record. Yeah, literally that's the same material the lava is going to be made out of. So that's fine. Okay. Pipe blocked. Oh, right. Did anyone get hurt when they got scalded? Nah. Body temperature, how's that doing? Alright, so it's definitely coming down. This room's almost... Like, this room's getting plenty cold. The pool of water here is getting colder. The input water is getting colder. Yeah, so we're getting there. It's just taking a little while. Yeah, actually, these plants just all got to the point where the temperature's not bothering, so I'll fix that. Is there an end goal to not included, or is it solely in sandbox? I do believe there's like a thing where you can teleport your people out at the end or something. That's sort of an end to it. But it's not one of those games that, like, you know, you're trying to launch the rocket right away. There is a way of ending a run though, other than just death. I don't remember what it is though. But it's mostly around doing the sandbox. Alright. Yeah, I was working on this, wasn't I? So, Never mind, we still don't have these plates put in place. All right, well, let's go see. Why are you not done? Unreachable build. Why are you unreachable? The masks are there. You can climb the ladder. You can come across here. You can climb this ladder. The door accepts your directions both ways. You can drop down here. This ladder is long enough. Well, actually, that might be the problem. Now, we are gradually making this place into a vacuum. And the big thing is, I will want to make sure I have this as a vacuum. I'm going to need to take the... Like, this won't melt, but it will break down from overheating inside that room. I might just leave it in there to break down after the volcano picks up kind of thing. What is the melting point of the liquid vent? You're good. Okay, so that literally should be all fine. I can take the ladder out of here. I mean, I actually don't even need to take the ladder out of here. It's going to liquefy from the heat anyways, so it shouldn't matter one way or the other. I'll just need to plug that one spot. Well, with that in mind, if I'm going to do that, I can literally just deconstruct that tile. And we could seal this room, like actually seal this room. No, I can't. I can't seal this room yet. I can move that ladder piece, though. Because that will have to go. Because what I'm going to need to do is I'm going to need to jump... I need the ladder down there. That's right. I can leave the ladder to just liquefy. That's fine. Because I got to actually mine this thing out. I forgot. But it's going to be those things where we run down, we mine it, we immediately throw the tile in between here, and we hope we got it right. So that's that. I need a water input, which is going to be easier said than done. Where is even my nearest water line? They've got a water line up here. Not the best location for a water line, but that's okay. Yeah, because then I could just snip it. This is maybe a one-way trip for a dupe. Yeah, I'm going to try and watch this. Make sure it's fine. But we'll see. Now, next thing I need to do is hook all these up. We can do power, conductive wire. And honestly, for the moment... So with conductive wire, that can handle 2K. So for every 2 of these, I need a conductive wire. But I can't put them all in the same system. Yeah, so the air is starting to really thin out in here. Go ahead and cancel that. You're not going to bother picking it up. It's going to turn to liquid. Alright, so you got all this. Go ahead and mine that out as well. Deconstruct that. Then you'll mine that section out as well. Alright. And how goes the temperature in our base? That's the weighing and illumination because of temperature. We are starting to get some of this temperature coming back down, I believe. But that is... Yeah, so you can see the pipe here is cooling stuff down in the base gradually. But it's going to take a little while for that to make its way through. We're also getting the air coming into the base cooled off. It's just a matter of the water that's been coming out of this pool was our only source of water for a while. And it was like 130 degrees. So we corrected that problem. It's just taking time to actually go through the system and correct it. And then meanwhile, that's still dealing with temperature over here, but it is starting to recover as well. We can use these over here for fish food. Yeah, your food is plummeting. I gotta get this solved. There are so many critters inside here. Here's what we're going to do. Hey, critters. I hate to say it to you, but your populations are getting out of control. So... we're going to be taking some corrective action in here. There's a different kind. Tropical Paku. Where they're all sitting on the very top. Go and just kill that whole stack. Alright. Yeah, the water is getting really cold in here. Like, it's getting properly cold as it gets in here. The issue is just there's so much ridiculously hot water in there that I'm waiting for it to cycle. As you can see, there's this water here that's 93 degrees. Honestly, turn that thing off. The good news is, we just collected a lot of food. I just took the Paku are all weirdly piling up in one tile, so I just took half of the Paku and got rid of them. Alright, just chopping this all apart. Okay. We're getting really close to being a vacuum in here. We still have conductive wire to run. It's a random piece of obsidian there, I guess. Alright. We almost have the water pipe done. Okay, I'm seeing one... Nah, that'll be okay. So we're not gonna put much water in there to start with. In fact, just in case I end up looking the other way before we have a problem, let's go right here and disconnect it. Okay, you can close those doors again. All right. But I need the temperatures to recover. So we basically killed all those animals real fast. Because those animals were causing us problems so far as the it's partly they were an issue. Sorry, I'm getting distracted by dealing with a bunch of things. They're partly an issue just because there's so many of them in there. But the other thing is there are also a lot of meat. So where we're running low on food, it was like an instant influx of food. So the issue is I've got this really cold, nice water coming in here. But I got really hot water coming out. And that's been mostly because I've been pulling it from this pool down here, which is being fed by stuff like the metal refinery, that kind of thing. We're just kind of waiting for that to catch up. All right, our air is starting to properly recover in here. That's also good news. Actually, yeah, you can dig this spot, that one, and there. Deconstruct those. I keep being tempted to try and turn this back on. The only reason I haven't been turning it on is I'm worried about the natural gas supply. Which I shouldn't be because it's full, never mind. So turn this back on. And turn that back on. Don't. Never mind, don't do those things. Forget I mentioned those. Hang on, wait a second. We didn't finish with this. Okay, so you've got the plates behind all those. That's all good. So now I need to go here to the power. Chuck that thing in there. We don't have material sitting in the bottom here that we got to worry about, so that'll be good. Okay, so once they get that set up, then we start pulling all the air out. Alright, so we enable this building. Everything should still be hooked up. It is. So that we can start making this back into being a vacuum. I just realized there's some refined copper in there that needs to come out. Now we should start being able to turn this back on. Why are you not doing stuff? Oh, I see. Right, I disconnected it because I wanted to make sure I didn't pull out any steam. Okay. There's so much stuff to be grabbed. It will never ever get done. But if we do pick it up, it should lighten the burden on the game. Oh my god. I've let so much stuff build up in so many places. How did this happen? We are seeing a lot of water spilling all over the place. Oh, that probably got some more water that's too cold again. That'll probably be something I'm gonna have to put a sensor to. Yeah, because the water's technically coming out below freezing. That isn't what I wanted. Yeah, because it's already making this room really cold. So that's good, but the problem is it was supposed to use that as a means of warming up enough to make it safe for desalinization. So what I think I'm going to need to do is I'm going to need to have a sensor here. Yeah, I can put a sensor up here and just say, hey, if you're warmer than this, go that way. Or you're colder than this, go that way. You know, bypass this if you're not ready. So automation. Actually, we'll do a pipe. There isn't a thing for the temperature. Let's see. Pipe sensor temperature. Pipe temperature set. You ain't trying to say. But there's not enough room. Because the spaghetti mess. Like, at some point I really should just go here and clean up these pipes. Disable that building for a little bit. Yeah, because the water will keep cycling, because this just kind of pulls the water off to the side. Let the brine in the lines start warming up. You need to be cooling off. I am bringing you frigid cold water. Please cool off. I need that on to keep bringing the frigid cool water. We'll just let it take damage, I guess. We'll let it take damage. We'll let it spill water everywhere. This is our life now. We'll get there. Once this turns back on, we should be back in business. It's just, in the meantime, just trying to keep everything from melting down while we wait for it. Alright, so we're almost to complete vacuum in here. And like I said, I think in this particular case with this one, I'm just going to leave it in there. It shouldn't melt, but it will overheat and break. And I think I'm okay with it. Do we have that water line done? We do. Alright. I don't know how much water I should put into the system. I am guessing not a lot, but I'm going to have it ready. Like, I'm going to put a little bit in, and we'll see how it goes, and I'll put a little bit more in. We'll see how it goes. I am genuinely terrified of this thing. Where's the water? Oh, well, this will actually work out well this way. Turn that back on. We'll just pipe the water the other way for now. Let all the ridiculously hot water... Actually, we can even take this a step farther. Go ahead and take this, and go over here, and backfeed it. All right. Okay, put a tiny little bit of water in there. Little splishy splash. I may need more, I may not need more. I don't know. One thing I could do to help our situation is if I put a water bridge there, it should take the water up to that point. Okay. That's up to you, Strider. You are a person who can make their own decisions. You're the one who's going to play the game. You're the one who has to deal with the pros, cons, and otherwise of all your decisions. So these don't actually need to be hooked up to anything. They'll still run. We're going to go ahead and do that. They'll still run regardless. So put a smart battery here and here. The big thing is to make sure the system is stable. If it's not stable, let's just really hope it's stable. That's the way I'm going to go with it. Let's just really hope it's stable. Oh, that's what's putting new water in there, is that. Alright, so when I'm mopping up water, it's pulling water into the system. That's fair. Still not quite a vacuum. You're getting real close there. This top area, surprisingly, is already a vacuum. And that's a vacuum. Strider, don't share that kind of information. Why would you do that? Because that's just, like, I know it's the thing on the buy, but that's still gross, man. No one needs to know about that. I know you like to go with the whole random thing, but that's not something we need. Alright, so we're just waiting for them to connect the power lines. And then we're almost at time to open this death trap. And pray we did this in a way that'll actually work. Or, at a minimum, if not a way that'll work, then a way that'll just not kill us. Alright, so we probably need to get the aqua tuners back online. You're all sealed up? You're all good? Are you a vacuum yet? So you're a vacuum in here. You're almost a vacuum. Why did you never sweep that up? Alright, so there's no more air to pull out of there, so we can go ahead and do this. Is go to air, cut, not the air, power, cut. Okay, so this whole area is a vacuum. So right now it is time to turn this on to start getting our cooling system back online. Because my hope is, if I can get all this set up, I can get this working, and then we can like run that over, like run one of these lines over to help support that cooling system, and then effectively have this endlessly power the cooling system, and then the cooling system keep this from catching fire. I still don't know why they haven't gotten that refined copper out of there yet. I have it on a sweep task, right? Get it out of here, please. Why are you taking damage? Oh, right. You still had the line from when it had. Yeah, it's got a little couple spots of polluted oxygen that have been in there for like 100 cycles now. There's only like 2 or 3 of them, so we'll just deal with it. Okay, so that's that. So no more coming in. And I'll mark it with a lock to show that it's shut down. You're so close to being a vacuum in there. And temporarily, you turn that one off. Alright. You should be... Yeah, just about the point that we shouldn't be getting... Like, we got one more spot of, We got a couple little spots of polluted oxygen there, and then we should be good on the line again. Alright, we'll let that keep doing its thing. Alright, you're still making this room into a vacuum. And then I'll shave off the top couple tiles, see what happens. Then I'll shave off the next couple tiles. How are you not fixed temperature-wise? This whole place should be cooling down. I need it to be cooled down. The air coming through should be getting colder and colder. That should help double time, because that'll help warm up the water to not damage this, and also help cool down the air. So all the oxygen being fed to the base isn't hot either. That's it. They're both. All right, never mind. You're still not vacuum. You're getting close. Okay. Oh, Zinni looking at Humble Bundle again. That feeling. I just realized, you know what? Let's see. What's the trick to find volcanoes, geysers? So it'll be a little bit hard to show you. Here's an example. I know there's one behind here. So one thing is, you see what this neutrinium is? That's usually a giveaway. You don't have Halls of Torment? But if you go down here to what says priority, you can actually sit there and you see that there's just randomly something that's a priority in the middle of the rock there. This is just because I marked it so I could see it with a dig spot. But you look for a spot that has priority. And if you want to know what type it is, you can set the alert on it. and mouse over that, and it tells me that that's a minor volcano. So that's the way to find it. But yeah, so like big areas that are all like this, you can spawn pretty easy. There's a couple other ways to find them, but that's the one I've seen. What were you? You're a polluted water vent at 86. That's another source of water. Okay, so the minor volcano is dormant. So if we can get this online, now would be the time to do it. Because while it's dormant, that gives me opportunity to run someone in here, drill this whole thing out. But we don't know how long it's going to stay dormant. Alright, do I do this? I love you too. Tomb is getting sleepy. Made him the yeah, she's sleepy. She's like, I'm sleepy. It's like, yep. Alright. I don't feel good about this chat. I feel real bad about this chat. I feel very uncomfortable about this chat. Because I want to open a volcano. Because then I can make lots of steam.
Oh, that is good.
And I can use it for steam power.
Yeah, steam is good.
The reason I'm rushing it right now is I see it's dormant. And I'm not gonna have good eyes to keep an eye for it goes dormant again. Oh, please please do this as fast as you can. We have no idea how long it's going to stay dormant. If we see it say building pressure, we're just slapping the tile in there and hoping for the best. What's up?
I was watching Umbrella Academy.
Alright, the volcano is officially free. It's dormant now, but after some period of time it'll start erupting, and there's no putting it back. I'm trying to get everything I can out of that room first. Alright, Max. You need to research that thing like you've never researched anything else. Because Max will be able to tell me exactly when this thing's going to come alive again. And watch it be like, in 0.4 cycles. And it'll be urgent, slap a piece of ceramic here and hope for the best. Trying to get all the rock and coal and everything else out of here. What is ultimately going to happen is it'll spew a little lava out. It's going to hit this. It's going to be a ridiculous... Come on, 5 cycles. My genuine fear is Max will be in the process of researching it. And then it'll go, like, building pressure or whatever. Which means it's erupting, like, immediately. And so, you know... We'll have to just run away. Yeah, it's dormant right now. We just don't know how long it's going to be dormant for. Like, it could be dormant for 30 cycles. It could be dormant for 1/10 of a cycle. Like, we don't know when it started going dormant. Yeah, that's what it's saying. Yeah, I couldn't remember the verbiage. It'll say rising pressure, and that's when you go, you know what? Whatever you're doing, forget it, slap the tile in there, and then... Oh, for a few cycles? Okay. I thought it was like half a cycle or something like that. Alright, meanwhile, you're working on getting that all set up. You're almost a vacuum. I don't really need to sweep that because that's literally what the lava is going to be. But, you know, it's fine. Oh, it's not like a Mount St. Helens kind of eruption. It's more like a Hawaii. So instead of just like explode lava where it kind of just goops lava, it's just 3,500 degree lava. So it's not an explosion that's your danger. It's just it's such an absurd amount of heat that it's very hard to contain safely. Because what's going to happen is when it touches this water, it's going to be instantly like vaporized into steam. And it's going to be very high pressure. So that's the reason I put like just the tiniest bit of water here. But I am prepared to add more water to the system. Oh. Yeah, don't... Stop doing that. Now, that said, as far as explosions go, if there's too much water in here, and it vaporizes and all that, then the pressure gets high enough it starts breaking all these tiles, and then things get bad. Because there's no fixing it easily. Because it's not like you can dump a bunch of water on it and cool it down. It vaporizes and becomes a whole bunch of steam, making the pressure worse, so it's just going to get itself out faster. So you kind of just hope it can hold on till the volcano is dormant or whatever again. Which usually it can't if you made that kind of mistake. You see the excited to see this become active? Yes, like I said, we have no idea how long it's going to stay dormant. The big thing I do now is we get all the stuff out of here. We get our information just so if I do have a problem, but it's not a lethal problem, that we could potentially wait for, you know, to go dormant again, and then get in here and fix it, maybe? How hot does the suit allow me to handle? It was something high. It was like 2,000 something. It was enough that I cannot be... What? How are you here without... Oh, never mind. You do have a suit. I was like, how are you here without a suit? There are rules, sir. Alright, you're almost there. But that's the reason I rushed it, was I noticed it was dormant. It's like, oh, now's the time. We don't know when this is going to be dormant again. Because I think this is mostly prepared at this point. I've got a tiny bit more air in here. Alright, that's the last of the materials out of there. How's the temperature going? Man, you're still hot. How are you still hot? Right, I'm still taking hot water into the system because you're dormant as well for another 10 cycles. Yeah, so water in here is definitely warm enough I don't have to worry about that. And that leaves here at 40. Oh, right. You're going here. And then we have all the water going into the reservoir as well. Right, it splits this way, so it goes to the reservoir, and that goes in there at 40 degrees. Actually, some of this is getting down to 30 degrees, which is concerning. Yeah, it's 40 the whole way down till about here. It's probably still hot water in that line that I gotta wait till it clears. Okay. So, haul that at 9. You are dormant for 15 more cycles. Probably because you released like 1 million kilograms of steam in the environment last night. It's fine. It almost immediately cooled back down. Well, that's the thing. Like, all this down here is like 70, 80 degrees. This isn't the problem. It's, I was pulling from where our metal drops out. I was pulling in all this 130 degree water, and I didn't realize it.
New donation from Zidian.
Thank you, Zidian. That was louder than I anticipated. Thank you, Zidian, so much for the donation. It actually doesn't show me what amount it was. Oh, right. I meant to put the alert here. I have no idea how much you donated. I'm going to go look it up. so that way I can go ahead and give you a proper thank you. And because I need to secretly fix that. $6? Thank you. I really do appreciate it. Yay! Wow, my first Ko-Fi. Thank you for giving me the thing. I need to get the alert. Did it actually appear on screen? I didn't see. Did it appear on screen is the question. Oh yeah, it had to appear on screen because it would have to. Yeah. It appeared on screen. That was right. It showed up, but the amount didn't. I see. Didn't read the message. I can't see what the message is. It appeared, but not the amount. It said thank you. Oh, for Hails of Torment on Steam, is what Zidian said. Okay, so let me jot down Halls of Torment, because I'll look into that. Halls of Torment. I see where this is going. Zidian. Alright, so that'll be on the... I'll figure out time like last time, as I mentioned. Thank you. So I gotta... That was the thing I need to figure out with that one, is because that just kind of goes to the browser, I gotta figure out how I can volume adjust it. Think Vampire Survivors, but Diablo 1 inventory. Interesting. Yeah, no, that sounds good. So, like we did the last time, is I will try and find a time with you that I'm like, this is, you know, like, would this day be good? Like, would you most likely be able to tune in? We'll plan for it with that, and we'll do it. But also, thank you for being the first person to support through Ko-Fi. Because that is really excellent for me, because when you donate through Ko-Fi, I get to keep 95% of it instead of 50% of it. What was your thoughts on your last comment? Adore asked me what's life's greatest illusion. Adore asked me what's life's greatest illusion. And I said being happily married. I mean, I'm happily married. I know people like to do the whole ceramic. I know like people like to do the whole meme thing being like, yeah, you know, like it's all women's fault or whatever nonsense garbage. But yeah, no, I'm very happily married. That looks hard. Which looks hard? Oh, the Halls of Torment game? I have no idea. I haven't had a chance to look. But yeah, like I said, I'll arrange at some point. But yeah, no, we're coming up on 11 years. Me and Tomb. We're at like 10 and a half. Well, actually, we're close. Yeah, we're coming up on 11 years, me and Tomb being married. Everything will melt away. Well, these won't melt. These should all not melt. This is going to break. It's going to overheat, but it shouldn't hit the melting point. The melting point is about 4,400 degrees, and this only gets to be 3,500. And this is all ceramic on the inside, so it can handle the temperature, and that's obsidian on the outside. Life's greatest illusion is the magic eye. They're so much fun to finally get them. Yeah, to a happily relationship. Yep. Ebbs and flows. Life's good. Yeah, like every relationship, you're gonna have like positives and negatives that happen. Like there's gonna be days that people, you know, are in a bad mood. There's gonna be days like that. Like as long as things are handled in a healthy way, that you're not like you have a bad day and you kind of, you know, treat each other poorly or whatever. That's a different thing. That is a problem, but like I wouldn't be around someone who does that. Okay. Whoa, 3D in a book. Like this game is crazy hard. Oh yeah, this game can get out of hand real easy. All right, so we're continuously just trying to pull the air out. I do need to make sure this is. Oh, I'm aiming to have this be a vacuum, a proper vacuum. Before, like this needs to be a vacuum. This I would like to be a vacuum. This, I mean, actually, this one really doesn't even matter if it's a vacuum. That's mostly to make sure I get this to be a vacuum. Starvation. Oh, jeez, I forgot this is all a problem. Why are you not heating up? I'm putting cold water through this and it's not getting... I still have 100-degree water in here is the problem. You know what we need to do? Plum. just start pulling the water out of the system. Just pull it out of the system. I don't care anymore. We got to get that hot water out of here. The water was hot because it was being pulled from this machine. And that machine spits it out at really hot temperatures. And the problem is I use so little water that it's just sitting in my base at 100 degrees or so. I've got really, really cold water in here. Yeah, you can see all this water up here is 40 degrees, which is supposed to be cooling off the base. But because I have all this 100-degree water in the way, it's just causing us grief. Insulated pipes. Yeah, the insulated pipes would help with the transfer of heat in and out. The issue is it's just sitting in here. So even as insulated, just slow down the rate it gets through. I just need to get it out. Because the problem is this room is so hot that my plants aren't growing anymore. And it's not off by much. It's only off by like half a degree. Why is a piece of that missing? Can I make you higher priority? I would really, really appreciate you removing a lot of water very aggressively. Because we are starving to death. Oh, and we are totally eating everything up there. Yeah, so when you make pipes out of different materials, it's going to change their properties, like their overheat, the rate they transfer temperature and all that. Even that's overheating. I've set you... I don't have a plumber on this side. Okay, 1 second. Not Rongor. Who is our tidying person? I have one. I need you to do that right now. Hey, Dust Life, thank you so much for the raid. Let me go ahead and get you a shout out. Dust Life playing some Oxygen Not Included. I do hope you had yourself some good times. We are attempting to avoid absolute meltdown because I got 130-degree water in my main water line going through the middle of my base, which is bad. So we are just dumping it out so I can get my 40-degree water into the system before we all die. But, if you're looking for more Oxygen Not Included, Dust Life was playing that. Maybe check that out. But welcome in, Raiders. I am Rual Storge. We play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits in Project Zomboid, where I used to hold the world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed. 135,121 zombies killed on one character, one life, Heart of the Apocalypse settings, with no mods that change itemization or vehicles. That record has been beaten, for the record. But we're going ahead and making all this happen. Okay. So we're about to get the last of the hot water out of the base real fast because this needs to be solved. And I need to solve it because I also just uncovered a volcano and that also needs to be dealt with. Okay, that's going to have to do. Alright, so let's get that temperature under... That's not the one. Get that temperature under control because you can see I'm bringing really cold water into my base. But I just had like 100-degree water just sitting in here forever. It was because it's pulling from this pool into my main base, which is fed from this metal refinery. And didn't notice it till it had already gotten really bad. Okay. So are you a vacuum yet? You're working on it. And this is going to overheat and break, but it shouldn't melt. We'll see how that goes. That might kill us. If this doesn't kill us first, because starvation is going to be a real genuine concern soon. Hey, is there any critters here that'd like to die? We're hungry. We can eat you. Ooh, some Paku. Oh, do I have spare Paku in here? We'll let those ones go for a little longer. Oh, there's a Drecko. We can eat you. Oh, good, and nutrient bars, too. We don't want to kill the Slicksters. Oh, we got more food down there. We'll just call those emergency rations. Any other critters wandering about that need nommed? Yeah, we'll save the Paku for a little bit. I don't know why they're staying in exactly one spot. But that's a them choice. Yeah, so the issue is we're just not pulling water through our base fast enough. We still have fairly hot water going through here. But all the water in here, like, it's borderline, like, right on the fence of freezing. That should bring our temperatures down a lot. Like, you'd already see it's bringing the temperatures down along these inner walls here and all that. Because this is the source for over here. So that water's 80 degrees. The moment it starts drawing from this pipe, which it's not going to. That's the way I can fix this. Go over here. Pull that water out. Yeah, it's 82 degrees. $70 degrees. 60 degrees. It's kind of holding at the 60, but that's because the tile it's in and the water are exchanging temperature. So I'm kind of deliberately cooling it by just pulling the hot water out of it as fast as I can. We're down to 50 degrees. I think 50 is about where it's going to get to. We're just going to say, yeah, don't worry about our rules. Oh, here we go. Alright, so cancel that. So we forcefully changed the temperature down. So now at least we got our farm back online. This one should recover on its own. Now that you can see this farm has gotten actually cold. And so this doesn't have its own heat source here, so it's surrounded by cold all on this side. There's no heat source over here or up here. So that should recover. Alright. For right now. Because I had that to try and prevent because these do produce a little heat, the lights. And so I was doing that to try and prevent that from causing even more overheating. But I really need that to grow. And that's also got heat problems over there. That also should be sorted out. Because this whole thing is super well insulated inside. It was just the fact that I brought the hot water through the middle of my base for a while without realizing that threw everything out of whack. Because it got all that heat in the base and it can't go anywhere. How long till you erupt? 10 cycles. It's already been 5 cycles. So you're a vacuum now. Cool. So honestly, you don't need to be doing that anymore at all. Now this is either set up or it's not set up. And we won't know till we get there. Like, I'm ready to put more water in if that's not enough water. The other thing I should do... This would be a pretty significant effort. Can I... Yeah, I can't run that way. I should have changed this while we were in there, but it's too late. It's fine. So they'll get this online soon. They're just starting to get the steam up here. When it gets to 150, the first of these will pick up. This is a this system is at a net loss. So this actually can't keep running forever by itself. It needs an outside power source. This, on the other hand, is intended on being something that does not need an outside power source. This, like, literally its only job is to be a power source. But the goal here is that if you look on these crude oil lines, it's going to be real dark. I missed the volcano activation? Anything saying happened? Nah, I was going to wait to do it, but then I noticed it was dormant. So I was like, nope, we're doing it now. So we caught it while it's dormant. It's going to go live in about 10 cycles. And then I'll either have it sorted out or I won't. So we'll either live or we won't. I mean, if things go wrong, there'll be no containing it, but it shouldn't go wrong super rapidly. Because they do have this pretty well prepared. Like I said, this gas pump here is going to overheat and break. Oh, before I forget, did I already disconnect your wire? I did not. So we need to go here and say, don't run. Okay, so I'd love to get a power line over there. Right now, I just want to make sure this works. But I am going to depend on that. Made some pretty good precautions. I feel like if it does go wrong, it'll be contained pretty much no matter what. So that's the challenge with volcanoes, because it'll keep erupting and dumping in the lava here, and there's nowhere for it to lose heat. It'll be one of those things that this room will hit 3,500 degrees, and there'll be no escape. Yeah, no, we already have that for you, Collateral. We already have a cooling loop. So we got oil. It's still cooling down. It's going to get down to like -20 or something like that. But I do have a cooling loop for it. The problem is the cooling loop depends on this right now, and this needs... Like, this requires an outside source of power. As you can see, it cannot run everything in there. But it requires a heavy power line because of how much power is being forced into that building. So I gotta get that. You know what? I've been talking about potentially setting up a transformer for a while. Limits power flow through this to 4 kilowatts. Prevents power drawing more. Alright. So this is only going to be able to add about 2 kilowatts here. So what I could do... I haven't messed with the transformers in this game, that's the thing. So in real life, when it comes to transformer, like, I would have a step transformer or whatever, and on one side you'd have your high voltage, and the other side or high wattage, and the other side you'd have your low wattage. And then the idea is you go that way. Now, catch is, this is the high wattage, but I want my low wattage to feed the high wattage, so I have no idea how that would actually work in our use case here. I don't think it would work, honestly. I wonder if they're... Let's see. Well, tomorrow can we start with Project Prison Architect? Well, tomorrow's my day off. But, Friday, potentially. We'll definitely be doing more Prison Architect, Darkstar. Don't worry about it. Like, that's definitely a thing coming. There's a good chance, though, Friday might be a variety day. But the next time we don't have variety day, which will probably be Saturday, we'll probably do the Prison Architect run, since that got set aside. Alright, so I want to run a power cable here, and I can't realistically run the heavy cable the whole way. But I am wondering if I could do something cheeky with logic that would say... Actually, can I make programmed gates? Could I literally have it so I power the battery with one set, and then I turn it off, and then the battery switches to the other set, so it powers this? I wonder if there's a way I could do that. It'd be an overcomplicated system. Let's look at our automation. Because I know the smart battery can have doing stuff. I could definitely do it. So, what I'm thinking is, because I can't have them on the same circuit without overloading it, is I could potentially do something, and I'm just going to put it over here. We'll just put it in the open air where I know they won't build it. So I could probably do something like this. Where's the smart batteries? So I have a battery or two, and I have a battery or two. And this is connected to the heavy watt out. You know, like, all of this would be... Well, no, could I switch it? Yeah, there should be a shut-off. Where are you? There's a shut-off switch there. I'm looking for... who rated us just now? Das Life rated us. I'm blanking. What I'm trying to do is have it so there's a shut off for the power, so that I can effectively charge up one set, have the other set discharge, and trigger back and forth. That way, like, because the problem is I think the transfer will take power out this way. I need to put power into it. Because this is 4K worth of power that can pull. And so these are all fine on here. But I can't go the other way because I need the conductive wire. Actually, do I need the conductor? Wait, let's go back. I don't think I need the conductive wire. So enable that building again. I can get away without the conductive wire. What am I doing? Alright, so heavy plate joint there. Over here, I guess. And over there. I'm going to replace this wire with the heavy wire. Deconstruct that. Deconstruct all this. Power. Heavy wire there. Heavy wire there. Why is there a bunch of water sitting on top of this? Okay. Because it's okay if this isn't a vacuum. We want it to be a vacuum, but it doesn't need to be a vacuum. This has to be a vacuum. That is not something up for decision. If that's not a vacuum, it's going to be a bad time. Now, with that being a heavy wire, I'll just go ahead and bring it up here. Which I actually want... This is going to be a tricky part. So I want to get the power over here. All the way over there, which is a whole mess to deal with. Got a pretty good shot through there. Okay. I'm going to take that down here. To get rid of the door. Get rid of that door. We'll cut straight across here. This is being very wasteful with materials, by the way. Let's chop right through that. Actually, I don't need to put that next to it. Put a straight shot down. Alright, and I don't want... Yeah, actually, that's fine. I can bridge across that. Oh, right. I can't build on the heat wire. Right. That's fine. So do this. Cancel that. Alright, so we're trying to get all that wired up. This is going to start coming live pretty soon. That is a lot of... Ooh, you're gold the whole way? I did not notice. Is that literally all it has to be built out of? That might be a problem. Oh, never mind. That's not a problem. I got like 40,000. Okay, yeah, we're okay. It's wasteful. Like, it is very genuinely wasteful. But that hooking that up, I would be able to run this forever. Yeah, and with 4 of those on that, that should be enough to run those almost solid. Like they'll have like a little bit that they won't be able, like it technically isn't the same because these use 2000 or yeah, 2000 watts each. And these produce 850, so 4 of them doesn't actually produce the full wattage I need. But they're going to turn on and off as need happens. Yeah, so seam production should be kicking on here in just a moment. Hey, little buddy. It looks like... Oh, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, so it looks like I have just a couple of these plants that are still overheating. But the most of this place is just doing fine now. Yeah, it doesn't really matter what part of this they work on. Until the whole thing's connected, it won't matter. Hey, Foxmouse. Playing with volcanoes. Trying to run power all the way across the map, so I have the cooling system on. Oh, good. They're getting that crude oil down to 15 degrees. The goal is to get that crude oil to negative 13 degrees on the sensor, which should take us just shy of negative 30 degrees. Because the negative 30 degrees, that'll be enough to, like, that'll be about as cold as I can take the oil before I risk turning the oil into a solid. Which I'm starting to wonder what solid oil is. Your present save is still going so strong? We'll see how that goes. Because you definitely there's no story to be told over here. There is no what looks like an obvious, oh god, I shoved a bunch of insulated tile in here to save my life situation here. I may have removed a single block of abyssite to see how bad it would be, and then it only took like a minute for it to shatter through here with how much air pressure it created. So I just rammed insulated tile in there as aggressively as I could to just try and prevent it from going catastrophic. The interesting thing is it is messing with the temperature of the lava. Very little, very slowly. So in theory, this over thousands and thousands of cycles would maybe actually cool off, but realistically, no. And you're doing swimmingly over here, aren't you? Yep, everything's going perfectly peachy over here now. How's your water? Water looks like it's going fine. Eventually, I'll need a new source of water for here. Right now, it's going fine. Yeah, 6.3 more cycles, and then this thing's gonna do what it's gonna do, and we either did it right or we didn't. Solid oil is gel oil. Okay. They're continuing to make the oil colder and colder and colder. Love to see it. Alright, so it's gonna struggle. We're getting some of the oil to negative 12 degrees. But as you can see, now it's popping on and off real fast. Oh, you can disable that building now. All right. I'd like them to finish with the wire. Doesn't seem like they're getting a whole lot done very fast. But it makes sense. There's lots to build. Why do you go around that way? And that's our builder. Picking up granite. Oh, you're taking the granite for the platform. So the tiny volcano pops its cork, then start oozing out and fill that room until it explodes, or does something get triggered in the room? So you know how the how these geysers, they like spill out liquid for a little while. Hey, the follow. Welcome to the stream. You know how they spill out liquid for a little while, and then they stop for a little while, then they spill out liquid for a little while, then they stop for a little while? It's the same thing, except the liquid they're spilling out is 3,500 degrees Fahrenheit. Just obnoxiously hot to the point it will turn most materials into vapor in seconds. Now, the challenge is I need to have enough steam in here to power these, and then keep a cycle going to keep the lava like cooling down and turning solid. Because what it'll do is it'll just become like little it'll come like little spikes like this abyssalite over here. Which would increase the pressure. Yes, the more water I put in here, the higher pressure it gets. But there's a juggle of I need enough water to cool it off, but not too much water that I create so much pressure that the room cannot contain the amount of pressure I'm creating. Yeah, so you're all good here. Natural gas reservoirs are still basically full. But I think a big part of that is I have the hydrogen assisting now, so... Alright, it is about time to reconnect this pipe. So get the petroleum back to work. The Pip did finally plant that. It also decided to put a bristle blossom in between there, because Pip's gonna Pip, but, you know, that's fine. It put the second Wheezewort there, which is good enough for me. That save takes so long now. Four cycles. The Illicit's trying their absolute best to get that built. Yep. We're just waiting for it to do its first eruption to see if we've horribly misjudged everything or not. But I've got my cooling system back online, so the oil is sitting around mostly in like the teens Fahrenheit, but occasionally I've been able to get to the negative teens. But I am wiring the two of the steam generators directly from... will the walls completely fail if the room fails? So if I do have a problem that this gets too much pressure in, you'll see the walls start to crack. And eventually they'll end up punching through, and if there's a big enough hole for the air to get out, you know, it'll just dump the pressure out here. And then, like, the rest of the room, you know, because it's no longer on that as high of pressure, it won't continue to destroy the room. But that'd be bad because that'd be, you know, potentially thousands of degrees Fahrenheit air leaving the room. Which is going to rapidly make all of this start to evaporate, which will then expand. And it'll... If that happens, this colony probably dies. Because there will be no containing it. Like, the most I would be able to hope for is to manage to keep it from escalating too much until that goes dormant again, and then desperately trying to fix it. But realistically, if we get there, we're probably cooked. Yeah, it's getting down to the negative teens. It's actually getting cold enough that they're starting to turn off occasionally because the oil going through them has already hit the maximum cold I'm willing to take it to avoid having it freeze in the line. You think it'd be salvageable just because of how much water down there? My fear is by dumping all the water in there, I would probably just create a huge amount of steam pressure. But it might be. Cool. It would not be a good thing. Like, if I could recover it, it would still be like an, oh god, oh god, oh god, please. We have 4 more cycles. It should be a lot more interesting than when I was all like, let's poke this thing that's gonna be like... Or no, when I had a bunch of steam trapped, I was like, oh man, that's like a whole lot of steam trapped there. That's gonna be a whole lot. Like, that's gonna be a whole ridiculous thing when that turns into water. It's gonna be this balloon of water. It's just like, wait a second, it condensates into water. In other words, the space it takes gets smaller. And it happened before it even happened. It's like, wait a second, that's gonna get smaller, isn't it? Oh. And it just went drip. It's like, okay, I may have overexcited myself a little bit about that, because I was pretty hyped to see it. That's right, keep building that main electric line. Because I don't think I strictly need that for this to operate, but if I do get that to work, then these should be enough that I could turn off the natural gas so that this would be powered by the volcano, which would then cool the volcano, and I would still have extra steam left over. So it'd be infinite power. Like, in the sense of, there's no outside resource required anymore. It would just run forever without problem. So from a scientific standpoint, does the game represent actual representations on how gases behave? Loosely. Like, if you're being like, is this scientifically accurate? No. Is it wink wink nudge fuzzy very close to it? Yes. There is some stuff it does more fudging of the lines than others, though. It does try to do stuff like, if you have a high and a low pressure, the high pressure will push into the low pressure. It'll do stuff like, generally speaking, denser gases will sink, less dense gases will rise, same with liquids. Yeah. Right. Draconic saying, close enough to not destroy your CPU. Right. If you were to do, like, an actually, like, perfectly accurate thing, the computation would be absolutely absurd. So, you know, it's in the ballpark, because that's probably good enough. Even if there is definitely some buffoonery that happens. Like, being able to make a room that within itself, like, there's ways that I don't know the specifics. There's ways you can have rooms like this that are entirely self-sustaining, where you have steam power powering up to make steam. You know, in real life, there's always going to be at least some amount of loss in energy with any type of thing, because if nothing else, you're going to have loss from heat into your, you know, materials around you, whatever. There's going to be something, or if nothing else, friction on the fan. So you're always going to be working on a net loss so far as within a contained thing. But yeah. I think it's saying on the configuration, the manipulation you can do in the game. Yeah. Alright, so you almost got that done. You've got a lot of this main line done. And it is time to disconnect that one spot there. And the only reason I'm doing that is that way they have to take their atmosphere suits back. Because over here I have oxygen masks. So I'm going to keep them as two separate sections. Like, they can't bridge it yet, but they're getting real close to it. There we go. We're starting to see negative 20-degree oil. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Pop goes the weasel any minute. Yeah, 2.6 cycles. We're getting real close. And I don't know, like, I'm assuming there's a delay where it goes from being dormant. That's like, I'm building pressure that you get like a little bit longer. But I don't know how long it is. Hopefully it's long enough that we can get that. Oh, you missed my question a second ago? Did you check what that ladder next to the volcano is made of? And how that will react to the magma? Yeah, so it's also made out of the same stone that the magma is going to be emitting. So this is going to melt. But it's literally the same material the magma will turn into when it cools, the igneous rock. So it will liquefy, but it should not vaporize. Yeah, no, I checked it beforehand. Like, I had the other ladder here, and at first it's like, oh, wait a second, this ladder will be fine. It'll melt. And this will overheat and break, but it won't melt. Because I don't actually think I could get one of these that could handle not overheating being in there. Dupe, just in case all goes south, it was a heck of a run. You did awesome. Just in case I don't get to say it to you. Well, even if this goes absolutely catastrophic, it will take it a little time before it does kill everything. You can definitely tell, like, if it were to get uncontained, where, like, this whole area of the map just start getting super hot, it'll just take a while for that heat to spread and start, you know, killing all my plants and melting my, evaporating my water and all that. So they won't die instantly. But, there'll be a certain point where it's very clear that we're not coming back from it. I think you'll be fine. The temp is super high, sure. But what is the quantity? Yeah, that's the thing. The quantity is 135.7 kilograms, which is not super high. It's every 64 seconds. Or eruption for 64 seconds every 9,000 seconds. Yeah, it's a decent amount. But I think we'll manage. I might have to put more water in there, but I'm gonna go by the idea of less water to start with, and if I need more, I can always add more. Because I should have water approaching this spot as soon as a little water gets in here. Or I could just tap into that and be good. Active for 74 cycles. 64 cycle. Or yeah, 74.8 cycles. Keep making that oil colder and colder. The colder you can get it, the better. I want to be as over-prepared as I possibly can get away with. So it's 4.5 tiles worth of magma in its full eruption cycle. Yep, I do think I need more water than that. Like, very genuinely. Which, if I get more water in here, which there's bottles everywhere. Like, literally everywhere there's bottles. Alright, I think we're finally to this point. Because I actually have desalinization set up. Okay, the entire inner area is cooled down. The only downside is eventually this is going to be a problem. Because it's going to get too cold. Oh, right, I can turn you back on. Why do you need water there? Can't remember the point. Water in here. So the magma hits the water turns into steam. The steam goes up into our steam turbines, makes a bunch of power, cooling it down. So then the water goes back into the room, goes back to the magma, becomes steam. You get the idea. That's the cycle. Literally the only thing this volcano is here to do is make things really hot for me really fast. The question is, do I have it set up where I can handle that amount of hot that fast? That is the question. How's your oxygen? Your oxygen is still terrible in here. Pipe blocked is what's happening to you. Right, because we ran out of algae a long time ago, didn't we? The steam engine acts as a turbine for power production? Yes. The power line's getting quite a bit of the ways done. So I need to up our oxygen production. Oh, we've hit the point that the reservoir overfilled. It is now dumping all of those containers of air back out. So we should be overrun by polluted oxygen, because that's most of what my not processed air is. Why are you complaining about missing tile? Okay, whatever. So the problem I have is I need even more oxygen. And I can't actually make that happen right now. What options do I have for more oxygen? Because it does need to happen. Because I'm straight up out of algae. And slime. Yeah, I need a second electrolyzer. But the thing that I'm curious about is that pipe is basically at saturation for air. So I'm going to need a separate pipe somewhere. That's the thing I'm trying to figure out how I'm working around. That said, the air pressure in this room is starting to go down. Yeah, and this should be fine because I set those to only go that way, that door, so they can't bring the suits back. 0.2 cycles. While that's happening, I'm going to quickly use the restroom, and I'm going to be right back. So thank you so much for everyone's been tuning in, been lurking, chatting, fine, subscribing to the bits, the donos, and the raids. It all helps I really do appreciate it. I do hope you enjoy the stream, and I'll be back here in just a minute. Okay, and speed up time again. You're trying to do the countdown in like seconds. Uh-oh. Rising pressure erupts in 1.1 cycles. Oh, I need to grab myself a new drink. I'll be right back. Okay, so we still have 0.8 cycles. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to fire the ad off now. That's about to happen in about 7 minutes. So it should be done. If we get to the point where this is going to erupt before the ads are done, I will pause and I will wait for the ads to finish. But I'm going to do that now because otherwise it's definitely going to happen in the middle of this. So I do apologize. Twitch be the way it is. If we have 7 minutes to the ads, I want to fire them now so that they're done by the time we get there. So, sorry about ads, people. Sorry! But, like I said, it should be done before then. Because we got 0.6. If it gets down to it, I will literally stop it at 0.1. Meanwhile, this is all a vacuum. That's a vacuum. They're still sweeping everything up. How's that power wire going? Alright, it's still got a ways to go. We need a slash moment when it erupts and practically nothing happens. You know, it's been a long time since I've done a moment on the channel. Just because like we've done moments for like major milestones in Project Zomboid, but like a lot of other random games don't really have. Ah, I should have done. Did we do a moment when I launched on Dismantle? I don't think we did. I should have done a moment for that. Then I want my money back. All right, we're gonna slow down time a little bit because this is gonna erupt before the ad break is over. So we're gonna slow down time. If it gets down to 1.1, where we'll be stopping time. Because it's 0.2 cycles till it erupts, and there's still like a minute left for people stuck in ads. And I do hate. Yeah, the thing is like, so just so, and people aren't gonna hear if they're stuck in ads, everyone's gonna have different lengths of ads. Basically what happens is every hour on the hour, it locks that there can be 3 minutes of ads. And then you can have some, like you're going to have some amount of ads, 3 minutes or less. It won't go over that. And that's going to depend on where you're at. Like if you're in an area that not as many people are at it, you know, buying ads or whatever, you'll have a shorter block. There's a whole bunch of stuff that goes into it. So you will sometimes get lucky that just no one's advertising where you're at. Okay. We're down to 100 seconds. There's still 50 seconds left in the ad break, so we are pausing. Yep. Oh yeah, everyone has different ads, like they see, when I say everyone, my understanding, and I could be wrong about this, is based on location. You will be presented with different ads. Because some ads you can play here in the US, you may not play in other countries. Like here in the US, it is okay to advertise medicine. Like, you know, prescription medicine, that kind of thing, medical treatments, all that. In a lot of European countries, it is very restricted on what you can advertise in that nature, which I personally feel like it should be. All right. Yeah, 15 seconds ad? Yeah, so you only got hit with 14 seconds of ads. All right, so everyone should be back from the ad break. So I do apologize that. We did stop the timer because it got down to 100 seconds. I didn't want you to miss that. So let's pop in here. And we've got 100 seconds till this thing pops. Ban all ads. Let consumer live in blissful ignorance. I know, right? Half medical ads are just them explaining the effects, it feels like. It is. It is, well, part of the reason you list all the side effects, that's kind of one of the things. Anytime you take a medicine, they're going to have potential side effects. Because they do have to list everything that people are potentially have experienced, even if it's very, very, very rare. Now, there certainly aren't medicines that are a whole basket of side effects. Redeemed end stream immediately. Hey, if you wanted to do it. And there's zero. There's zero. Let's drop this down to normal time. And here it goes. It's still paused. There's the lava. Instantly vaporizing that water into steam. Alright, so I do think we need to have significantly more water in the system, I'm guessing. It seems to be running fine right now. The pressure is not too high. The engines are spooling up pretty well. No surprise, the gas pump is taking overheat damage like we said it would. I am very much feeling like we need more steam. We need more water in the system. There's not enough water in the system. So let's be real careful with this, because this is going to get out of hand real fast. Let's stop there and see how that does. Because I need that lava to be cooling off way faster than it is. But there's enough steam in here. Oh, these are wait, pipe blocked. Did I really? No! Alright, we have an emergency. We have an emergency. So the problem is, this, because they're going through the exit to the R1, they won't combine even though there's plenty of rooms in the pipe. So I have to make those go around now. Because that magma is coming out faster than we're cooling it off, which is concerning. Where are my people? You right there. Pick up the pace, Rowan. Use a pipe bridge? I mean, at this point, I've got it already. We can just leave it the way it is. They're already here. I've got, like, 4 people coming here. Okay, so now I can grab the plumbing, do this, and the cut, that. All right. Okay. All right, that should make it so all of them run now. Are you seriously not getting enough steam? Turbine too hot. The oil is not cooling it down enough fast enough. Okay. Oh no, that turns into solid rock. I was well, okay, maybe if the pressure gets high enough, it'll break it itself? I was expecting that to turn into, like, little rock bits like this. It does if it's a small enough amount of time. More cooling plates? So I think just getting this powered up, because it's not damaging the turbines, they're just turning off. So if I can get this main wire here, this liquid will come through much, much colder than it is right now. And that might be all I need. If that isn't enough, then yeah, we could zigzag through there with the cooling plates. Yeah, probably not an emergency, but let's make it like an 8. So I should build that before any other priorities. Because these, like I said, these aren't getting damaged. They're stopping running. Also, I've heard those radiator things aren't the best. The better is just to put some liquid on the floor for turbines. Oh, interesting. Nah, because I haven't put that much more water. I think I could put a little bit more water in here. Is that your only water inlet on the left there? Yes, it is. But the good news is this isn't overwhelming it. You do have a bit more heat leaking if you have stuff contact with the upper row of tiles yet. Where are my pipes? Okay, so the steam pipes are insulated. So I could also make this a radiant. Let's see. No, if I make a radiant pipe in here, each turbine has a max of 2 kilograms a second, right? And the liquid pipes max at 10 kilograms. I have no idea. Oh, they're not flowing through. They're like stuttering a little. Why are you stuttering a little? We don't have a gap in here. And I have a place that does a split logic, does it? Oh, right. The power fluctuations up here. Yeah. That should get resolved once we get this power cable done. Because then this will have enough power up here to just run those constantly, which should then make enough heat to keep these running constantly, and the whole thing should just really smooth out. I'm tempted to put a little bit more water in here. I don't think we need it, though. The downside is that steam is getting way too hot. But that issue, the bypass is 1 tile shorter then the cooling loop, as an aqua tuner teleports liquid 1 tile, the bridge moves at 2 tiles. So what you're saying is way up here. Okay. So I'm trying to think of how I could even fix it. I could potentially add a line of pipes here. And just kind of have them merge together or whatever. Like I don't think that stutter is necessarily that big a deal, but I do like these turning on and off and not continuously bringing down the temperature is. Because I can bring down the temperature enough on the oil, I would feel comfortable like putting a radiant thing like on like a radiant pipe towards the end here and just kind of see like how many I can put in there and it still work. Because also if I can make this a oh, so it's definitely the heat's not getting through the insulated tile. That was one of my worries. Yes, the insulated tile is cool as can be. It just these aren't cooling enough. Okay. Yeah, so I just need to be able to bring that temperature down a little bit. What am I seeing on the top here? Oh, that's just the animation of the steam cut off. Okay, that's fair. Oh man, it's taking forever to build that cable. Why is the air terrible here? Why is everything offline here? You have no water. Okay. Do I have spare water? I do. Alright. So once I get this set up where I'm satisfied, we'll start duplicating it at another location. Like this, honestly, a lot of this isn't necessary up here. But we'll try and make this happen. Yeah, so the inward water is going at about 19. That's coming out 40. Can't you zigzag more of those radiant pipes? Pipe plates? Can't you zigzag more of those radiant pipe plates? Volcano cooled? Yeah, so all the magma cooled off finally. Can't you zigzag more of the radiant pipe plates? Oh, you're saying yeah. We can do that. Right now, I'm wanting to get this online. Yep, the lava pool is gone until the next eruption. Okay. Oh, I had to put that there, didn't I? So how do I want to do this? Because those are 3 tiles long. And I can't just flip one way and then the other way, because that'll be hard to maneuver in there. What I could do... Actually, hang on. I know what I could do. Cancel those. Do that one. That one's fine. So what I'm ultimately going to do is this. And then one will go there. Yep, this will work. Then we put a bridge here, a bridge here, a pipe over there, do that, pipe here. This will go away. A pipe there, and then this will be here. Now, downside is, it's going to be tricky to actually fix this while it's in the middle of running. Actually, that can connect. That'll be fine. You know what? We'll go ahead and bring that over for right now. I can bring that over as well. Then I can snip the line there. Put this here once this is gone. Because I just don't want the oil to completely stop moving for any period of time. Like, a brief pause in the oil's movement, that's okay. But, like, the whole thing locking up, that would be a problem. But I'm also curious about waiting delivery, errands. That's your current errand, so you're actively working on it. Yeah, they are making progress. It's just taking a while. Let's check our water supply. And how are our temperatures? Alright, temperature's getting too cold in there. And we can correct that by putting the hot water in. Why are you going that way? Alright, hang on a second. There we go. What? There we go. Is your other colonies there okay? It should be correcting now. It's gonna take a little bit to actually happen. Yeah, so it's correcting now. The reason it was a problem is the water ran out. So I'm feeding water from my other colony over. The thing you gotta watch is that I don't pull too much water from this system either. We got a bunch in storage. As long as there's at least some in storage, we're fine. Because this is back online, so that should cover most of our problems. Okay, so you're getting that last little bit in there. Okay, so just got this one shot that goes straight up here is all that's left. Okay, so the plan is once that pipe is done over there, I'm going to cut that line. And then we'll start, take this bridge apart, put this in place. They can get all of that wired in. And then once that's all wired in, we can cut this line and get rid of that. And then it should be that it weaves this way, and then goes up over. So it'll be a little extra length to the tracks. We'll have to add a little bit more oil to it, but then it should be 6 different plates that it goes by. The first patch will be really cool, so it should kind of balance out where this will be the coldest. It'll be a little warmer, a little bit warmer, and then so we'll have kind of like trying to like mix them up so that, you know, the first coldest in, warmest out. It's not gonna be perfect, but doing our best to like not overhit any of it. Alright, so you're still pulling cold water through, that's fine. Yeah, the problem is they just don't have enough masks and all that, so it's taking them forever to do things out here. How goes the power? Taking its sweet time, I guess. Where are you, Elizabeth? Okay, so you're still at it. You get about 4 or 5 a run before you have to go back for more materials. Why are the Paku all piling in a single square? Still don't quite get that. Probably open this up. Let this fill up again. Alright. Interesting that you're working on this over here. That's definitely not done. And I definitely have copper left. Yeah. 13.4 tons. Oh, actually, I forgot about that. I actually toggled to see how much of stuff I have stored and everything. Well, with that, what I can do is I can run down to here. But water, polluted water. And hydrogen, natural gas. Well, that's all deeply concerning. But I do have natural gas stored. Alright, never mind. It's apparently not good at tracking that stuff. It's fine. Oh, was it showing in liquid form natural gas instead of gaseous form? I bet you that's what I did. Nope, it just doesn't say it as available even though I have it in storage. That's fine. Yeah. Mouse, please. Alright, so they're making more progress. We got that next little segment of wire there. Once that connects, the cooling should be way better. You got the last achievement missing in Sandrock, and all it took was beating the crap out of an NPC that later becomes unavailable due to a story. Excellent. Just surprised, 'cause it did set the priority 9 there. Well, it's priority 8, I guess. Priority 9, just get it done. You know what? Just get it done. Just get it all the way done. I see you, trying to do anything that isn't this thing. Do it. Make it happen. I also still don't understand why you run down to the bottom. You can climb that ladder right there and go across. It's right there. You even take that path back. Oh, maybe they consider that faster? I guess that might be faster. They keep going with the save, I think. You found out that I don't need all the workshop trophies, but I kind of still want them. Gotcha. They're just trying to get this power line done. Okay, this is a little obnoxious, actually. Ah, I see. So the problem is it's all in this storage here, and they're having to grab it and run the whole way around. Because if I don't do it that way... Okay, we can make this not as bad. Deconstruct these 4. Construct these. And actually, for that record, make it plastic. So you get to storage much faster. Pretty sure you just trapped yourself. Luckily, you're in an area that you can breathe for the moment. Make those top priority down there as well, because those are the segments of the ladder that'll prevent you from being able to go anywhere. Oh, good. You passed out. Alright, I'm getting annoyed by this. Change it to 9. It's fine. Oh, did you manage to get across? Okay. If that's the case, priority 5's fine. Yeah, okay, cool. They can make it back and forth now. So this way they don't have to go the whole way up and around and do all that. They can just go up, down, that way. Which, honestly, for that matter, I feel okay to just bridge that gap. For the future. And there's copper in here and all that I gotta worry about. It's fine. Okay. We're almost there. How are you doing over here with the power? For your air. Air's still not in great shape. Insufficient salt. So that got cut off because of that. So that's an actual problem. Turn this back on for the time being. Well, look. I don't have more salt handy right now. Oh, we need to go back over there. Our freshwater supply, we're overtaxing it. So you can go here and cut that for a minute. So tiny volcano erupts every 74 cycles. I remember correctly? Let me check. I don't think it was that far apart. Yeah, so it erupts every 9,000 seconds. And it erupts for 40 or 64 seconds, but it remains active for a period of 74.8 cycles out of 124.8 cycles. So basically it does 74.8 cycles where it's active doing like a rotation of erupt and idle, and then it goes dormant for a while. And then it, kicks back in for that long. what'll end up doing is we have another volcano down here. If we get this sorted out, I will do, you know, like repeat this process down here, that kind of thing. And then the idea being, you know, I have as many of these going as I can. Insufficient copper ore, yet you're still building it. Here, we can hit cancel on the ones that say insufficient copper ore. And go power heavy wire. That's fine. I'm not picky about what you make it out of. I just need it made. Alright, disable that. You're not going to be needed in just a couple seconds. Okay, so let's check the way the liquid's flowing. Alright, cool. So we got a route around there. So we cut this one. We cut that one. We deconstruct that bridge. And that pipe. And then I'll be able to scooch that in. Once I get that scooched in, then we just basically wait for this pipe to get finished, reconnect that, and it should double route to help cool these down a little bit more. All right. Alright, and once I build that in that handful of pipe up there, we can... Like, what I'll do is I'll plug that in, cut that, and it should just go around. And then I'll need to go over here where we have our oil intake, and I'll reconnect it to fill in the gap that shows up because of it. Yeah, so we're getting air over here again. And this is running. Adjust that to run a little bit more aggressively for a while. Alright, there were plants here that give salt that I've been completely ignoring. What were those? I'm sure I have seeds here somewhere. Plants. You. Dasha salt vine is a unique plant that needs large amounts of salt to balance the... That needs large amounts of that. So, you supply it with chlorine. But that requires sand, and I don't have a means of getting sand. But it gives out salt. So I think that poor thing is going to just go idle for a while. And we're just going to need to put another one of these up here. Okay, and that should solve the oxygen problem over here. And you're still having oxygen problems over here. We got the second one in here, but max gas pressure kind of thing. Alright. Are you sorted? Right, because those things are kicking on and off still because of the heat. Alright, so we'll get there. We're almost there. We're real close. It's literally just waiting for this thing here. The moment that's built, I plug that over, cut the line, and it's done. Like, I'll get this junk out of the way, too. Oh, I'm sorry, there's two of them that he built. That said, they are running much steadier now, which is going to cool things off more, which will help them run much steadier. I just need to get this last one in here so we can cool it off even more. Because oil's coming in about 20 degrees, and it's coming at about 40 or 50 degrees. Okay, so here we go. So, oil in. Cut the line. Deconstruct that piece of pipe, that one, and the bridge. And so now it's routing through there twice. I will need to reconnect this section of pipe for a little bit. Yeah, so now it should be leaving much hotter. 20, 30, 40, 43, 48, 50. I'll be ready to cut this line again once the big gap here goes by. It's got one spot there, and that's all I need. Okay. So. Yeah, so it's coming at about 50 degrees and going at about 20. But these are now running pretty much solid. So I don't need... I think I might need more steam. So I think I need a tiny bit more water in there. Now I can retain the heat a little bit longer. Let's go here. One more little... couple seconds of water in here. Okay. So let that warm up, and that should take care of that. Sure. Interestingly... So we can't quite get it to temperature in here. We're close. Enable that building, because if I can get this to heat up to where the oil coming out the other side is about as cold as we're gonna get it, it should start turning those on and off as needed. But right now it's like right around, mostly at around like 0 Fahrenheit. We can get that to just barely make that happen. It's getting pretty hot out here. Yeah, can't quite... push this over. It's pretty close. So I'm kind of hoping we can get this room hot enough I can actually turn on the second steam engine, but this one isn't quite getting up to full speed. All right. Oh, good. You've stabilized. Cool. You've stabilized again. You've got all that going on. The oil and petroleum was all in good shape. Eventually, I'm going to have to have them working on that again, but I need to get them their atmosphere suits. Okay. Yeah, setting a little bit more water seemed to help keep these things running. And we're not hitting any type of unreasonable amounts of pressure. Let's go in here and add a little bit more. Because it's easy to add water, it's real hard to get it back out. Not impossible, but real hard to. Go with that. Because my guess is, with the heat here, because it is getting to a boil pretty fast. Now granted, pretty soon it's not going to be enough to run these anymore. It's going to be too cold. I was actually kind of hoping this would run steadier, power-wise. I guess one thing I should probably do, maybe run the automation to the battery. So the battery ever does max... Well, no, because I don't want to turn on and off constantly. It's still getting up to 400 degrees. And those little bits of stone in there are still 2,000. Yeah, your steam is getting too cold. Still, the air pressure in there is not anywhere near high enough to worry about. Okay. Now we're starting to get to steam pressures that I'm like, alright, that is more in line. So we'll wait for all this to evaporate. You'll see what our air pressure is in here at that point. Because that's the thing, is I just needed more steam. That I was being too cautious on the water out of fear of breaking the sides. That if I just got an abundance more steam, this would run better. Yeah, so now it's saying about 5 to 7 kilograms. The problem is the temperature's getting too low. So we're still... So we're a bit more consistent on getting there. Alright. That's fine. I don't know if generally the problem is I have too many steam things going on this, that it's cooling off the steam too fast now. I mean, right now there's not a source of additional heat till this thing erupts again. Which is... six cycles. In the meantime, while they're fixing all their stuff up here... Growth halted due to pressure. Because the air is getting desperate. All that air is going in. Where is it going? Oh, it's literally all these suits are just kind of absorbing all the air. So if I reduce the amount of stuff they're running down here to do, that should help. I don't need this air pump trying to keep this a vacuum right now. That's fine. We're not going to worry about that at the moment. Yeah, it's just these suits are using so much air. Because this is a problem. I don't have more algae for those. We put another one of these in here to make sure they still had air pressure. What are you even checking for up here? Oxygen. Right, because that's just a filter. That's all that is. That's just a filter. We have all the air pumping there. Also going to the masks over here. Yeah, don't worry about that either. Let's try and have you not. Oh, are you dormant now? That's not what I wanted to see. And you're burning through that. So I need more oxygen. If the game forces you to do such complex things, it looks cool, but maybe too complex for a newbie. Well, that's the thing, is it kind of introduces you little by little to stuff. They're like, I want more things. Okay, here's a volcano. How do I take advantage of it? So you figure that out. So it's not that the game is like just overly complex within itself. So much as you go, okay, I have a resource. How can I make the most of this resource? You know, and repeat forever. What I need to do is I need to get more oxygen. I'm getting way too much clean water in this system. So should be enough slime to run you. I've been digging out a whole slime biome. There's like literally slime right here. Alright. Chop that apart. That's no longer spilling over, so I don't have to worry about all this mess. Chop that apart. Alright, so we need to be producing more oxygen. So my choices are the electrolyzer is one I can use, or sublimation is another one, or the rust. I don't know how much rust I have here. I have 10 tons. I have 23 tons of salt. And I believe you just need that and power. So that should help get us another source of oxygen. Okay, all that's running fine, so we're good here. The arrow's all fine there. Alright. Okay, don't have a meaningful amount of hydrogen. It's just the hydrogen is ever so slightly supplementing this one. So hope the natural gas lasts for a long time. Oh, jeez. 60 more cycles of no natural gas production. Oh, I know, Strider. I saw. It always feels good. Now, a big part of that has been some pretty nice raids during the stream, though. Alright. Those are running at about half to a third capacity, so that's not ideal, but it's at least getting somewhere. The good news is that liquid in there is more consistently getting cooler. Well, it goes at 79 viewers. Yep, we had a raid a bit ago for another 21 viewers kind of thing. How long is the cycle? I don't know how long it is in time. I'm fast forwarding most of the time. I realize I'm not full fast forwarding. Like, I'm fast forwarding a lot of the time, so it's hard to really tell. When is your next... So next eruption is in 5 cycles. So yeah, this seems like it's in a pretty good place right now. The next one will probably bring the temperature up again, so we can more consistently get all of these running. Did you build... Okay, so you're actually producing air now. You're all doing good in there? Okay. They're starting to get more air here. And more there. Okay. So we'll be able to start bringing all that, the rust oxide will start producing lots of oxygen for us, so you can start getting it through everything. Let's go ahead and do that. As they go up and down, some of that will get in here naturally. It'll get pulled around in here from other areas. And hopefully we'll be able to get more and more oxygen into the base. The big thing is this line here isn't getting saturated. I think one of the things hurting it, though, is how much I have the dupes running around, like down here where they're using up all that air in their atmosphere suits and all that, trying to clean up this mess I've made. They're just using all that air as they travel around. All right, do I take the petroleum we're bringing in? Well, no, we're not bringing petroleum. Do I take the oil we're bringing in here, start converting it over to petroleum, creating a bunch of heat, and then use that to start another I mean, honestly, I think the thing I do is I start getting the next volcano ready. Because this seems like it's gonna be pretty reliable. This looks like it's actually in a really good shape. So I can take the lessons learned with this one and take another one. So I do have another minor volcano over here that I can definitely take advantage of. That's mostly dug up. And I have one there as well. Got polluted water vent up there. A polluted water vent over here. Honestly, it's only 84 degrees. Like, I do kind of wonder with something like this if I could make that work. One cycle lasts 600 seconds in total, with 525 seconds daytime, 75 seconds at nighttime. Thank you, John Carlu. Who is scalding where? But yeah, and then we're just fast forwarding real fast, so it ends up being much faster. No one's injured. You're still basically full on natural gas. Is that running right? Is there something wrong here? No? You're just disabled by automation because of bat. Are they still just running in hamster wheels? Is that what happened? Is that the whole issue going on? Is because I've had the hamster? No, they're running. We shouldn't need these. I've got natural gas set up. 7 buildings broken? Yeah, it's the whole stairwell, like this whole stairwell here, and then in the other base, the pump inside the volcano room, which was sacrificed. All right. It is interesting to me that it's still taking that long for the air to move, even with this, like, pulling all the air out of this thing. Okay, that's pretty much running dry now. So it's depending on the petroleum and the oil. Alright, so the next thing to be figured out is a way to get this bottom area actually cold-ish, so they can actually operate this, or to get them the suits they need. Because right now it's really hot down there. They keep hoping that this will actually end up cooling that off. It's not really getting the goal behind. That's because we have a source of heat that's here. Yeah, so you're starting to get some natural gas in there from all that running. Alright. Three cycles until that runs again. Okay. I guess one thing we start working on. Okay. So that's the last of the plastic I've got on this side, but that's no problem. What we can do over here is say, yeah, go ahead and start feeding me plastic again. That's the entire point of your operation on this side is to plastic. Because we're going to start working our way to taking this up to space. We should have done that a long time ago, and I have chosen not to, and I need to correct that. Oh, right, I need to deal with this slime biome up here. It's got all that gross water in it that I need to deal with. We can make this happen. It will cut up in here. And we will add a pump. Well, not a pump, we'll add that. Why did I put this way? There. Because ultimately I want the fireman pole to go the whole way up and down, so I have to switch back and forth. We'll have to wait on that. Don't you dare trap yourself. Oh, you have, like, really high air pressure up here. Why is your air pressure so absurdly high in this area? That's space back there. Okay, so it's behind that we have space exposure. So I can keep going up there. But it's after this abyssal light that we get the space exposure. Alright. So I've resealed that down there. Oh, I have another solution for this problem. So what we could do is we could do all that stuff I'm doing over there, and I still will. Or hear me out. We just go right over here and say down to this way. Down another one. Down some more. Go ahead and carve that real tall. And poke a little hole right there. And then we just dump all of that gross water right down into this whole area. I just realized a big problem with this. Let's go ahead and if we could just deconstruct those two tiles. And just work that over a little bit farther. Yeah, because it'll go down here. It'll go through all of this. It'll hit that. It'll go down here. And right now, it'll splash and dump it directly... Oh, actually, it'll get stuck here. I still don't want it there. Which is easy enough to fix, because we just deconstruct all those tiles. And then mine that out, and that should solve it. It's really surprising that they're just unreachable dig. Oh, that's an unreachable dig. That's fine. I wonder why that's not being mined any meaningful thing. It's probably just too many other tasks for a higher priority. Yeah, once we drain this over there, then I could just shoot this ladder the whole way up until we hit space exposure and start figuring out space stuff. Alright, 1.6 cycles. We have our next eruption. And these are all still running, though we're on the fence where it's barely remaining steam. The materials that are in this room have been cooling down. Okay, and the air pressure here is totally fine now. The water appears to be in okay shape. Damaged, overheated. Go ahead and disable that building for a while. Disable that for a little while. Okay. Alright, yeah, so a whole lot's not happening down there. It is one of the things down here that I do kind of wonder if there's a way... So, like, right now the pressure's the problem. It'd be neat if I could manage to get... Is there... Let's check. If I were to make... What is the highest temperature I can get one of these to stand? $44,000. So I could, in theory, make a tiny little room in the magma level, which... No, actually I wouldn't, because there's no way I could get a dupe to climb into magma to make the pump. I was gonna say, it's like, I could make a pump to pull in magma and just, like, do a little bit at a time to deplete this level. I'm like, no, wait, no, I can't. My dupe has to climb in the magma to build it. I don't think it's gonna pan out quite the way I'm envisioning it. I have a feeling that is gonna end not so great. So we're trying to get towards space so we can start building a rocket to get to whatever the next planet is. So irrigation. You don't have fresh water in here. They only have the your pipes are blocked. Oh, you've gone dormant, and because of the way I rerouted it, I get my water for storage from this. Alright, hang on. So, you're the clean pipe, you go down here. No, that's the dirty stuff. So, the clean water comes out of this reservoir, which is fed from up here. Ah, there's our problem. That has become the only way to reach this. So, okay, what is going to be the best way to do this? Because I do want this to also be able to reach that reservoir. So like this is where we go to do things. And then we feed it in from here. As well as there. So that's the issue. Is where I feed things... Ah, that's not ideal. Skulls can't move those around inside that room without a pain. I mean, it'll fix itself the moment this geyser starts kicking off again. But the problem is, in the meantime, I'm not supplying water to anything on the other side of this. So what it sounds like I need to do is I need to take this line, I need to cut it across over here, up here to tie it into this pipe. So this is the pipe. Yeah, it's this. As long as I'm on the other side of this segment. So for the time being, the way I'll deal with this is as follows. We will take a pipe, we'll make a bridge. I don't even need to use a bridge. It's like, well, actually, that doesn't get tied in here. But it literally just keeps going. So it's only the air that's on the wrong side of this. Okay, yeah, that shouldn't be so bad. So what I can do here is we will make 2 bridges. So again, strong and Oni? Yep. Bridge there. Bridge there. And a bridge here. Actually, cancel that bridge for the moment. We'll let these 2 bridges go. You're already playing before I went to bed? Yeah, I do stream for 11 hours each day, so if you are someone who, like, just the timing ends up being the way it is, you can go to sleep, and I'm streaming to wake up, go to sleep. Thank you for the follow, welcome to stream. And it also not be a, an unusual sleep or whatever. So I need them to build these 2 pipes. Then we'll cut these free. Like that. Okay, and then we cut those free. And now I need to put a bridge over on this side. So, yep. So then we can bridge this. Actually, did I bridge this way? We'll bridge that way. And we can pipe this way. And speaking of sleep, we're about to head. Alright, sure, you sleep well. Usually start 1 or 2 hours before I go to sleep. Yep. So then the idea with this is ultimately I'm going to take that around there and around here. Actually, we can go ahead and do that. And I'll cut that pipe, and I'll cut that pipe. Alright, so please hurry on these ones. Because that should put the reservoir in the middle again. Because that's the issue, is this is an input of water, and that's an input of water. And I had a need in between, so it was causing the water to not flow through the reservoirs. They're getting stuck going either direction. I played this 3 years before I figured out how to get a base to the point of making plastic. It can be a complicated game. There we go. That's what I wanted. So now it's all going through the reservoir, so we'll get that supply there. It'll supply our bathrooms. It'll supply our other stuff over here. Excellent. What? Alright, and your irrigation failed, which it's fixing right now. That's fine. Alright, so that should fix a lot of headaches. This does mean I'm pulling the ridiculously hot water back into the base again. And ridiculously cold water as well. So hopefully that balances out. If not, that's going to be really disappointing. You're usually pretty proud of my self-sufficient bathroom in a ranch. Never really bothered with air ventilation and such. Yeah, once you get to a decent-sized base, it ends up being a whole thing. Oh, they're just going solid now. Oh, yeah. Hey! Thank you for the raid, Canadian Mountain. Let me go ahead and get you a shout-out. Canadian Mountie playing some... It won't tell me. So let me... Was it Timberborn or Teamfight Tactics? It's not giving me the answer. But, how was your stream? hopefully whatever you played, you had a good time and you had a good stream and all that good stuff. Hi, I'm Rual Storge. I play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my, It was great? Awesome. I'm most known for my exploits in Project Zomboid, where I used to hold the world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed, at 135,121 zombies killed and one character, one life. Played some Getting Over It and Timberboard. Getting Over It with Bennett Foddy. Good times there, I will tell you what. But yeah, so I'm most known for, like, having a world record in Project Zomboid. But these days, I mean, I've always been variety, but I do play variety games mostly, and that's what's happening. So how is our air? So our air is in good place now. We finally got that sorted. So that's good. Oh, we actually got our air tank full. We're actually filling our air. That's not something I'm used to seeing. Most of the time we turn around, it's always losing air places. Alright. And then we're currently working on making our way to space. Okay, yeah, so it is the abyssal light that is the separation from what is and is not space. Alright, you can mop up those tiles. Okay, because then what we're going to want to do is I'm going to make myself like a little room here that's meant to be like a prop. Actually, go ahead and cancel the last little bit of this. We're going to make a room up here that's going to be like a proper like double airlock that pulls the air back out, that kind of thing. That way I can mine my way out into space and start making something in space. For building like the rocket and all that, because I haven't done literally any of this stuff yet. And I want to do that. We'll also want to put up the solar panels. Because we do that. They require glass. And I believe I can still protect them. I believe I could put the solar panels in space, but then like put a layer over them. I can't remember exactly how that works. Right? Because let's see. Jay Jameson, remind me just because it's been a while. But is getting over the game with the single-handedly responsible for the creation of approximately 48,000 new swear words in its first 6 months. I mean, it's probably not a real statistic, but it's also not true. Where are you coming from, Stone? I've replaced you so many times. But yeah, now Bennett getting over with Bennett Foddy is a rage game. Is like one of the most famous rage games. Orange Hell. Stress is getting really high. Did we finally run out of natural gas? That's what happened. That's what's happened, which means it's time for enabling that. Priority 9. Where's the one up here? Enabling that. And that one runs on coal, so that's fine for right now. Enabling this. Priority 9. Yeah, games make my blood pressure soar. Oh yeah, they're literally designed to be unfair and trolly and awful. Alright, so when this erupts, we should have all of these kick into full gear. And then my hope is once that happens, I could turn off the natural gas generator up there entirely, and it'll be good. Because unfortunately, our natural gas geyser went dormant again, and I don't have enough power that's workable with all that. Man, almost all these. Like, so many of these have gone dormant at the same time. Wait, did you already just do another eruption? Oh, did I just like miss an eruption? It's just that well handled now? I think they nerfed Platinum dupes at one point. Had a base that was self-sufficient off gas well. Bakum. What? I mean, no, this has been fine. But you already done that. There was another eruption just recently, and I didn't even notice it. Like I thought I was gonna do more. Okay, one thing that will need to happen is we will need to have the spacesuit things up here as well. Like I said, my intention is I'm gonna make a room up here that is gonna have like the double airlocks with the atmosphere suits up here, so we can start doing space things. I haven't really noticed any meteor impacts up here at all, though. Like the other, like in this one, you can see the whole top here is like just gridlocked with asteroid strikes. So we're just trying to get that sorted. Yeah, like it doesn't, like I don't even notice that this has if there's no eruption, it doesn't even notice. Yeah, so disable that. The downside is that means this isn't running consistently. The good news, though, is that this isn't dependent. Like, this isn't dependent on, you know, itself or power. That this is powering its own cooling. So if this shuts down, so does the cooling. But if this comes back online, so does the cooling. There's a delay, but it shouldn't be that big of a deal to deal with. The fact that this still doesn't manage to produce as much power as I thought is a little disappointing. It just means I need more volcanoes. Is the way I'm looking at it is I really need more volcanoes. But I've also noticed we haven't dug any of that in a long time. Which is probably because I have too many tasks being done. Yeah, our air is actually starting to fill up and everything. Alright, what are you complaining about the crops? There. Crops fixed. Yeah, natural gas is perfectly fine over here. The oil's still perfectly fine over here. How's our water doing? We got tons of polluted water in the reserve. The clean water seems to be fine. No, clean water's getting low. Alright. Okay, check the... Okay, so we got those fine. What power grid are you set up to? Yeah, so you're on this one, which has been max priority. To hopefully help counter the stress. But that's the thing, is we're out of natural gas again. That's been the... Actually, now I think about it, I literally have a wire here that's not doing anything. I can plug it in up here. And that brings all that online. The problem is right now, because you can't cross. Oh, wait. That's able to handle a ridiculous amount of power. I can bridge it into multiple grids. I have smaller grids. With conductive wire, I can literally split that off into two smaller wires, use the transformers, and, you know, wire wherever it needs to go, and have two full networks up. Alright, let's get this going. So we have this one here. I mean, that can only ever get to 800. Let's see here. How much power is on this line? Potential of 2K, so I can't really power that one. I can power this whole system. I don't see as that the more important system, though. And this system over here is exactly 2K potential. I mean, that's a stress bench. So I think this is the one we're going for, is that system over there. So, like, frankly, with the power load on this, I could just switch this over to conductive wire. Let's see. Trying to think which way I want to go to make this easier to wire. So we already have that there. We can run it up this way. Okay, so let's branch this over here. Yep, we can go over here. We'll bridge it. Go over this way. Okay, conductive wire bridge. There, and there. And there. Because right now, this other steam engine isn't doing anything. So, I'm just wasting potential free power, which I need. Because that should... Yeah, that should handle stuff for de-stressing, cooking, a refrigerator, or science. Like, all that'll be tied into that. Some oxygen production that I'm really not using anymore. This would be the other one I'd really want to power way up here, which may be doable. Because right now that's 850. I mean, honestly... Or hang on. Wait a second. The other thing I could do instead of that is fix these to run steady. Because that'll be another steam engine. No, we'll keep what it is. I'd rather this one, like, stutters but does a good enough job to keep everything cool. And I at least have some power coming out of the system being productive. Alright, so we've almost reached up here. Okay, so when we get up here, first, airlock. Change of plan, not a manual airlock. How many cycles in the next volcano? So we just had one. 10 cycles. We just had one, like, we didn't even notice. Like, it erupted, and it was just handled so smoothly. Like, it didn't even blip on the radar. Why are you not doing that, by the way? I mean, they're collecting all the stone and all that, which I think the big thing. There's rust. Here's one thing. Don't I have a pawn here who just doesn't have a skill because it never bothered? Oh, we all missed it. Like, it's like, wait a second, when did it go off? Were you the one who had no skills? There's one here I hadn't given much in the way of skills. The Rongor is already struggling with being miserable, so you've got a whole bunch. You've got all that. You've got all your science sorted out. Yeah. Alright. Okay. But what I'm going to want to do but end up putting that out there. So that's the first door. This would be the second door. Actually, don't make this way. We'll just do like a little double airlock like this. It's not an efficient design. This one doesn't need to be bunker tiles inside of here. But the idea is that way we can't let air out too easily. And then inside of here, get ventilation. And I will put 2 mini pumps. And I'll put the vent out here. And then the plan will be to actually have a solar panel out here. And that's the things I don't really know. And dig this out. So I shouldn't actually need the bunker tiles for here. I should only need it for like... So this side should be fine. It should be mostly the tiles on the top I worry about. But then the other thing I will need is if we go up here, I will need... Where are you? Stations. Okay, those need petroleum. That's fine. So we'll have an atmosphere suit. You are too tall for this. Hang on. You can go up here and choose bunker tiles. Mine that out. Stations. Atmosphere suit. Okay. Alright, so we'll have all that set up. That's the plan, at least. And then we'll, like, mine this out and everything. And then I can build out here in the spacesuits. We'll set up, like, solar panels and all that for power. That'll eventually have power to the stuff in here. Like I said, I'm trying to remember with the solar panels if they're just exposed in space in general if they work, or if I can put a tile over to protect them. I feel like I cannot protect them. Did you already finish that cable? Are you already connected up? Are we already good? No, the cable's still going. Alright. I was about to say, like, wait a second, how did you get that cable actually done? And they didn't. They actually haven't meaningfully worked on it either. Alright, that's at 8 cycles. They haven't meaningfully done anything here either. They are sweeping things up. Little by little. That's all done. Base temperature is fine. Clean water reservoir is fine. Maybe need another dupe? I probably will. I'm a little leery of adding another dupe right now, because more than likely, if I add another dupe, it's going to require more food. So what I think I want to do is I want to try and get this set up. And then what I can end up doing is taking the dupe, launching it over to the next location, kind of doing that kind of thing. Right, come on, stop hanging. Fine. I think I just have too many jobs is what's going on. Like, all these jobs where I've told them to, like, pick up everything. I think they're running around just doing all that, not getting a lot of the other stuff done, which is fine. Because, like, we have it listed up here as doing the construction. Yeah, I think I'm just losing so much time commuting for supplies. Is what I think is the actual problem. Alright, you having a water problem? You are! Because the whole reason I had hopped over here earlier was I had intended on hooking up the toilets, or the water supply again. Alright. And those are all mad because of the water supply. That's what happened, is I got distracted that I was doing the water supply on the other side and then just forgot about it. Still don't get how you always have polluted water over there. Like, this was the dupe. You know, not having an accessible toilet in time. And there comes the clean water. Alright, let's start setting that to be smarter about this. Okay. Contaminated ice melting? I'm thinking so. It must be this polluted ice melting. I was trying to avoid having this have problems. Oh, you know what we can do to help with this? Hang on. We did this earlier, and I removed it so you could go get a seed. I put in the insulating tiles here, and another set of insulating tiles, and that should be fine, because this is helping a lot. The worst thing is you're standing next to the toilet when that happens. I know the water hasn't quite gotten to them yet, but it will. Yeah, I'm gonna put the insulating tiles here. Don't... I was gonna say, don't be on that side, please. There's so many plug slugs in this place. Okay, so this is straight up out of ethanol, which is fine. Alright, so we got the first layer. Put in the second layer. And that should help protect these from melting much more. Okay. Alright. Not seeing any progress on... Well, no, actually, they have been working on electrical wire, just not fast. The big thing is, right now with the natural gas turned off, I have so many people running in the manual wheels just trying to keep stuff running. Like, you can see here, there's 2 running there, just keep that going. There's probably one just running up here just a moment ago. When my power source goes off, everything just kind of shuts down. It's just trying to make it work. Ooh, this is minus 80 degrees up here. I did not see the temperature of this area. Okay. Still really surprised that they aren't getting any more done over here. I guess one thing you can do is add our fire pole here. Actually, change my mind. Don't bother. Because we've got this spot. Then grab the oxygen mask, go straight down. We'll let them deal with that. Now, the good news is where we had the really hot spot in the pool there, that's just gone. It's still weird that there's just random patches of trinium in the middle of that. Okay. It's also good that it manages to keep running as long as it does. Yeah, so we've got this going. The air is all solid. I still haven't been running this for a very long time, but that's okay. Oh, we're getting a little bit more ethanol. That's cool. That actually be a good thing, is if we let the oil get down low enough, we can pull up the last of this ethanol and have it be just oil down there. Yes, it's not doing much to cool these anymore, but it doesn't really matter because the steam's not hot enough to cause problems. It's barely able to run. So that's not a big deal. It kind of means what'll end up happening is when this starts getting hot, like that's when the other area will kick back in. What I need though is I need this cable hooked up. I'm half debating if it's worth me setting up the automation on this to not run the steam generators unless when the batteries are full, to avoid cooling the space off any more than I need to. Because if the battery fills up, then it's just kind of running for no reason. We can let it turn off so that the other steam engines get a little bit more out of them. So you can do that. And that. Another build project that's going to be waiting a long time to ever see the light of day. I wonder as cold as it is up there, if we're going to start seeing some of this air turn liquid. When does... Okay, so oxygen doesn't get cold. So oxygen and helium don't condense until like 300 and 400 negative degrees Fahrenheit. Yeah, so we won't likely see those condensate. Cool. Now, one thing we probably should do is we can go ahead and put the smart battery up here. And I guess not part of the plan, really. But I do always like using the having a hamster wheel as a backup. Hey, your local guru, thank you so much for the raid. Let me go ahead and get you a shout out. So how was your stream? Looks like you're playing some Dwarf Fortress. I do hope you had fun doing the diggy diggy hole hole. We've been playing some Oxygen Not Included, and we have successfully tamed our first volcano. So we got our nice little volcano operation going down here. Right now, it's waiting to the next eruption to make our systems work again. We may have tried poking at the magma, realized it was a horrific effort when I just poked this one spot here, and then not very long it broke the whole way through because of just how much air pressure was creating. So we smashed in insulated tiles as fast as we could because that was threatening to cascade into a catastrophic event. Yeah, our last Diggy Diggy ended terribly. We started a new one tonight, also taming a volcano. Yeah, volcanoes are dangerous. You know, 3,500 degrees or 3,100 degree temperatures, liquid stone coming out of the ground. Za is a thing. At the moment, we're making our way to outer space. So that way I can start hooking up some solar power and some other stuff like that too. There was just a planet here, right? That, like, everyone else saw that there was, like, just a planet in the background here a second ago that is now not there anymore. Okay, we'll just, sure, we'll just not, it's fine. Not gonna worry about that one. Alright, why are you complaining about power use over here? You've got more enough natural gas, you've got more enough petroleum. Your natural gas tanks are mostly full. The hydrogen tanks are mostly full. Like, they're just sitting there idle because the batteries are full. So, don't know what your deal is. Like, this place actually has problems. The other one, not so much. Oh, and this gas pump was sacrificed to get this all online. By the way, sorry about my Friday night taters. They were a bit, yeah, too many drinks. I was like, oh no, that's no problem. Yeah, no, I too was like, oh, that's okay. That's a interesting group. It was all fun. Okay, so one of the things that's going to need to happen over here. Yeah, it's normally not that bad. Is it though? No, I'm teasing. Alright, so I'm gonna start carving this out for taming the next volcano, which is up against the side. So I'm gonna use this as, like, the chamber. I just need to place that one first, because it won't be able to path over there. Actually, I don't want that one to be ceramic. That one can be obsidian. We go over here and say ceramic. Well, hate to rain and run, but got a doctor appointment. Oh, no, absolutely. A neurosurgeon in 6 hours to find out what the plan is for the upcoming back surgery. Gotcha. No, absolutely take care, and I do hope whatever you have go on with your neurosurgeon, that it goes as smoothly as possible. Because that doesn't sound like a fun time. Alright, so put the ladder here. Wait, did you switch off ceramic? You're still ceramic, right? Don't. Yeah, you're still ceramic. Okay. No. It's no fun. Yep. Alright, and so we can go obsidian across here. So we can climb in there. Nah, we'll wait. We'll wait till that's done. Alright, so we're getting all that set up for the next volcano. Because this one worked well. Yeah, so right now we're waiting for the next eruption because it's getting too cold in there to keep the steam generators running. We'll keep that going. Meanwhile, you're getting all this set up. Broke your back 3 years ago, been complaining that it hurts. You feel the bones grinding. Finally got put in touch with a neurosurgeon. They did an MRI CT, found out the break wasn't stable after all. That's no fun at all. I do hope you manage to get that all sorted out where, you know, you're not dealing with pain and all that, and they get it fixed up for you proper. Surgery is never a party time. Alright. We're still importing water. And it's still feeding a steady stream, so we're good there. You get all this going on. Oh, good. So they've got all of the ethanol out of this area entirely. That's always good. All right, you go off here in 3 cycles. I think part of the problem is I'm doing the classic thing of assigning too many different tasks to be done at the same time, so none of them are getting done because they're all getting partially done. Because, like, this power cable's not getting done. I mean, they're making progress. Like, we're starting to make progress on this little... It's a double airlock kind of thing. So you see I've got one door here, a second... Why do I have a manual door here? Deconstruct that, make an automatic door. So, like, the idea is I'd have this chamber here, that chamber here. We pump the air out. This will be out into outer space. This will be not outer space. Okay, and we can go here. Power. Conductive cable. Conductive cable. There we go. Yeah. But that's damage I spawned over the years. C1, T3 back in 04 in a car accident. Got my L1 crushed 3 years ago. When a tree I was swinging my kids in decided to play toss with them instead. The surgery so far was all just first. Sounds like some rods and screws. The bypass L1 too. Yeah, I've known a number of people who've gotten the gotten fusions as well as this, you know, screws in their spine. Most of them have had pretty positive outcomes from it. Oh yeah, and our natural gas is still idle for 40 cycles, which is a problem. So this is going to be an issue over time. Because the oil coming into the system is just getting hotter and hotter as this is shut down. So we're going to need to turn that on so you can start trying to get this back online. Because this is basically just not even running anymore. Oh yeah, should have been better off than I have been for the last 3 years since the accident. They just put me in a brace for 3 months and called it good. Yeah, that's no good. The only thing I've had with that, like, treatment being incomplete as it were, was teeth, which is bad enough, but that's very different than spine. So trying to get these running as much as possible. Because those are what I use to cool this off. Alright, well, have yourself a good alert, and sleep well, and I wish you the best of luck with your planning for your surgery tomorrow. It's weird that suddenly all of them kicked on at the same time. Okay, so it is bringing the temperatures of the oil back down. That way they can keep these cooled. The good news is if it does get too hot, these aren't going to melt or catch fire. They just shut down because the steam's too hot till it gets under control again. Yeah, this chamber's just gotten too cold. It'll heat back up in 2 cycles, which is another thing to deal with. All right. Okay. And I am going to have to ship up oxygen to these. Actually, we can go ahead and start that process. Kind of not going to... Okay, so there's the oxygen. That shouldn't be that bad. Alright. That way I am piping oxygen up for these spacesuits. I'll want to be careful about accidentally adding all the spacesuits at the same time. I did that earlier, and then suddenly like, where's all my oxygen? Because they do hold a lot of oxygen in them. Alright, 1.7 cycles till that one's ready. Because I don't want to let the steam cool off to the point that it re-solidifies, because it takes a decent amount to wind it back up. I don't care about that. Those are all fine. How is my water situation? Fresh water is almost tapped, so I need to disconnect this. Alright. I'd probably put an automation there that says, hey, if this container is getting low, stop giving water to the other colony. You know, be selfish for a few minutes, because this is what that's filling, is this reservoir, and then that runs all the water through this whole thing. That'd actually be one of the next projects, is probably take this steam geyser. Like, that's just a supply of water. It's hot water. That's just an additional supply of water that it could be putting to use. Because I've got desalinization set up for this. We're already processing that, so that's a source of water. I have over here... Honestly, I could just dig this out. Is that just polluted water? That's polluted water. Wait, is that polluted water? Let's check what you are again. I'm pretty sure that's polluted water down there. Polluted oxygen. I'm fine with that. This is polluted water. It's only like 80 degrees, so it's not super hot. Let's see, I think you may have too much water in the steam room. Kind of hard to find the balance. I think it'll be fine once it has lava in there again. Like, this is just because the room is cooled off to the point that none of this is running. You can see, like, it's steam now, but it's just the fact that the room is cooled, waiting for the next eruption. We're kind of on the tail end of this thing. I think the problem is these were running constantly. Why is none of our construction feeling like it's getting done? I mean, it is. It's like literally being done right now. What I should do, let's go here. Try and get this done real quick. Actually, make it even higher priority. The reason I want them to get that done real fast is that they put these automated lines here. It'll turn off the steam engine when it's not needed, which will avoid cooling down this room faster than we need to. Because I think that's my big problem right now, is that I'm cooling, like I was so concerned about overheating this room, like just like getting out of control, that I had these things going full bore, and it's not letting them run well. Like if this thing shuts off when the battery goes, then these two will run better and get more progress there. Irrigation? Oh, right. Yeah, we just started being selfish about the water again. That's because both of these are dormant right now, or not really making progress. And so I am... Why are you broken? Is the water coming through too cold? It probably was. It's at 32, which is fine now. But it probably was coming through at like 21 or whatever, and it damaged this. Alright. I really want that automation line done. And then this power line, because that'll also reduce my dependency on natural gas. And that natural gas dependency is a pain point right now. And that's because I got ahead of my water. What? Why are they not fixing that? Like, the problem is not going to get solved, and that's already... You know what? Like, you're fine. Fix the pipe. You're literally... all of our water is locked until that one piece of pipe is fixed. So I'm gonna need you to fix that. Alright, so we're gonna start to... Let's see. To be fair, the steam pressure in the other room is like 10 times as much. Yep. There we go. So we have an eruption. And suddenly all of these kick into high gear. Are they have, like, you're down here building this wire, like the other one just uses like stone. I've got that for ages. So all these are now going at absolutely full tilt. And so now this is all running at full capacity, well, near full capacity. Disable that. Why are you not repairing it? Like, it's not showing in anyone's errands even. And it's top priority. It's not like I'm out of stone. Yeah, so it's looking for sandstone. So let's have a quick look at our resources. I have 283.8 tons of sandstone available. I don't understand. Oh, I see. These things will stay fully powered up, too. About to hit 100 chests? Yeah. No, it doesn't surprise me. They literally have... nothing exploded. This is actually starting to run way better. The issue I have right now is I had one piece of pipe cracked here. I've got max priority and have the materials, and they're reachable. And even though I've literally told them to deal with it, no one is. Alright, fine. We'll go fully on there, replace the thing. I put it on red alert. Literally, you should even shirk your own personal needs. Fix the pipe. Instead of running down there, doing all these other things you're doing, why are you repairing that? Literally, that's the only thing we care about, is that pipe right there. Okay, we're gonna try and just assume that the AI is busted, because I have all of it, it's accessible, they can reach it, it's just over there. We're gonna reload the count like we just saved, we're gonna reload. Yep, just double checking. We have saved. Load. Yep. Okay. Yeah, gonna let things kick over and see what happens. Because I don't understand why it's not even, like, it'd be fine if it showed in the errand list, it's like, we can't reach it. I'd be like, okay, you can't reach it, let me investigate. No, I had 287 tons of sandstone. I'm like, okay, I've got sandstone. I really have sandstone. You gonna load game? Ooh, seeing the mouse spin. There we go. Got scared that I was gonna crash. Alright. So it's in yellow alert. Errands. There we go. Yeah, I think it was just something got stuck in the AI. Because the reason why everyone's melting down is like all the bathrooms are broken, the plants are broken, everything's broken. So everyone's having a whole thing about everything being messy, they're wetting themselves. The plants, like everything was going awful. Speaking of which, set that all to sweep. Okay. And then these are running really consistently now. The good old turn it off and on again, connecting works. Yeah, we've had a couple things that's how we've had to fix in the game where, like, something gets stuck and it's like, oh, hang on, and you just reload the game. It's like, okay, it's unstuck now. Cool. Yeah, so we're trying to bring those temperatures down. So stress is slowly going down as the dupes are now going up here and using these to improve their stress. Yeah, so now with the automation wired up, if these batteries get to the point of being full, then, you know, this shuts off. One dupe hit 100 stress. Yep. Yep. Why'd you go yellow alert? Oh. The pipe broke again and it automatically kicked up to yellow alert. It's the water. Okay, yeah, so the water's coming through too cold again. Like, if I get it to sit in here, we're good. When I run myself out of water, this is the side effect of what happens. it just keeps building up and becoming a problem. So I need to not let our system run out of water again. Wonder if there's something I can make to make that pipe stronger. Not really. I mean, I don't want to make it more conductive in here. Because if I do make it more conductive in here, I'm probably going to make my base too cold. We're already kind of pushing the edge of that as is. I could pump really hot water up there. Actually, it's not a horrible idea. It could even be a thing that what we do is we watch for the temperature of the water, and if we start to observe that the temperature of the water is getting too low, that's what triggers a pump to... While annoying, that is interesting. Okay, that's kind of actually just plain annoying. All right, let's change that priority to just 9. 9 will do. 9 will do. I don't need a yellowing alert every 2 seconds. The worst thing is didn't I reroute it through here or something? I rerouted. No, I didn't. That was for the desalination. I rerouted through this room to warm it up. Okay, so we take that directly in there. I don't want to take it down there, because this needs to get hotter. Yeah, so once it gets back up to like 20 degrees, it's fine. It's when it's down to like the 14 it can come in as that's a problem. So it's when it goes too fast. Alright. I think the answer is I'm playing with the steam here, or the steam vent here. Gonna use that for heating purposes. So be opening that room up. Putting a water pump in here. Where are you, water pump? Putting a water pump in there. Going to insulate the thing here. And the plan is I'm going to have it go through this, cut across, and then dump down in here. Trying to think of the best way to do this where I can actually use it. Gonna have to go this way. Wonder how much steam is inside that vent. Oh, it is about 20 kilograms. It's fine. It's actually not much because it's immediately cooling off. But the air pressure's in there about 10 kilograms, which is very high. It's not shatter tile high, but it is rupture eardrum high. But you know, who needs working eardrums? Come on. Yeah, the whole point was to heat this up, wasn't it? Oh, I want you to be insulated. You should be insulated all the way along here. I don't want to dump all that heat out here. I want the heat strictly in here. Alright, that might make it too hot, but if it makes it too hot, then I can start rerouting the dirty water into this pool, and we could, you know, figure it out. But at least that'll put this on the circuit. Alright. Let's start replacing that with conductive wire. I'm starting to put a lot on it, and I'm worried about overloading it. Alright, so that's work to be done there. Okay. Because I'm putting more on it than I can realistically handle. But I'm not really worried about any of these things running particularly hard. Did I open that door for both directions? Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so made good progress up here. Yeah, now it's just sitting idle because it's not powering anything, which is fine. But at least those two are going pretty strong. Yeah, it's not... The cooling room's not getting much done right now. There's just not enough running down there. Let's just reconnect the automation here. The worst case is, I hook up another set to this, which I might even do. I literally might set this one up and just plug it into these two, in hopes of getting these to work. Because that'll be the next thing, is I'm going to need to take this down there as well, and that's a little bit of a concern if I don't manage to get even more cooling into it. We'll have to deal with that. Body temperature, so you're getting too cold in here now. But like I said, that's the concern with this going through at 18 degrees. Oh, that's interesting that that's coming out at 70 degrees despite going in at 21. That's weird. I just need to let these things... I just need our people to catch up building stuff. I think a big part of it is just, I've got materials spread everywhere. So I think a big part of it is all these materials that they're like, I have these materials. It's because it's all down here in the giant pool that they've got to pick up. So I'm willing to bet if I go and... Where's the breakdown? It'll show their commute time. Alright, bear with me, chat. I need to use the restroom. So I'm going to take a quick 2-second break. In the meantime, thank you so much for tuning in, with lurking, chatting, following, subscribing to the bits, the donos, and the raids. It all helps, and I really do appreciate it. I do hope you've been enjoying the stream so far, and I will be back in just a minute. I wonder if the answer to our heat problems and keeping this room the right temperature is to make a place we store our water like I have here that's been here this whole time. Make something like that, but set up the automation that I have a source where I can get really hot water and really cold water, and just have a sentence like, hot, you know, like it's too cold, turn on the hot water intake, too hot, turn on the cold water intake, that kind of thing. Yeah, it's just not even holding up long enough. I mean, it's good that I'm getting power out of this thing, but it is nowhere near as efficient power-wise as I was excited for. How are we doing on you? When are you coming back? Ah, 36 cycles. Those geysers are not great for sustainable power. Like, it's free power as it goes, but like, there's so much. Maybe only 2 turbines? Yeah, I think I'm only gonna have room for 2 turbines the next one. I mean, to be fair, this has been running on only 2 turbines. This one's been idled by automation this entire this entire cycle. It's just not keeping it up. It's just cooling off too fast. Oh yeah, that would do it. You're jumping in there to deal with that. It's fine. That's to be all the chlorine that's coming from this thing. And how are you doing? Seem to be doing okay. Your clean water reservoir is alright. I haven't had them going down here for oil in a long time because I just haven't needed to. I've been kind of like just leaving it alone. Like this base is basically just operating to operate right now until the oil starts to become a thing. I didn't look. What actually... So we checked the properties of oil so far as what it could handle. I didn't look at petroleum. I didn't think to. I can't imagine petroleum as a liquid has... Okay, so it doesn't become sour gas until it gets real hot. Oh, so petroleum is actually even better from that standpoint of, yeah, it doesn't freeze or whatever. And the heat and capacity, so petroleum would have actually been better than oil, I believe, for purposes of using as my coolant. That's fine. Petroleum's also a bit of a pain in the butt to deal with. Like, I could convert it, but it would be a big pain in the butt that I'm just like, you know what? I don't feel like dealing with it right now. And mine that out. Mine all that out, and that out, not that, because that'll reveal the volcano. Yeah, because the volcano is 3 tall. Gotcha. Like, honestly, for the power... That'll be fine. Yeah, because I'll only be able to fit 2 turbines in that one. I wonder if it does make sense to put more water in there initially, so that it's just like a much, much higher pressure space in there. Not like way higher, but like safe higher. Because if we let this one get up to like 60 kilograms, and I would assume that means there's just that much more steam in there. And these ran a little bit better when I did add the first one. Now granted, now we have liquid in there because it's cooled off again. I think part of it is the rock here. Like, it's 500, 600 degrees still. And so it's getting touched down there. It is immediately turned to steam. It might be because I'm dripping directly onto this one spot. That it's like these three tiles that don't have heat of their own. Versus all the other materials here. I might introduce more water into that. At the moment, I'm just waiting for stuff to be built. That's like I think it's entirely commute time that's the problem we've got going on. That, like I said, I think we just have ridiculous amounts of material down here. Go ahead and cancel telling them to pick it all up. Probably just too many tasks assigned that it's just confusing the game or whatever. Cancel all those. I will keep those for cleanup. Because they should just kind of sweep it on their own as they have availability. That might help. Or might not. I don't really know. Oh, good. The salinator's working again. And you're getting too cold of water again. No surprises there. Yeah, we'll get there. Alright, so I gotta find a way to warm up this water. Like, I could definitely put something in line that's like, hey, just, you know, heat this up and dump out some cold there. Like, I think there's also I can use electricity to heat it up in line. Which may be what we do. Was it utilities? Warms large bodies of liquid. That's not what I'm looking for. Yeah, this room is producing a bunch of heat. I'm just gonna have to take this on a different route is what's gonna need to happen. The problem is I think most of this area, yeah, almost everything up here is just cool. Like everything, I'm kind of successfully making a lot of stuff cold just everywhere. With the exception of this room, but that is so far out of the way. Is it actually? No, actually it's not that far out of the way. I need to make a bypass for when the water's too cold. Your cold is too cold? Yeah, it's too cold. It's breaking the pipe there when it switches to the other water. I can put it down here, but that's gonna be a thing. Like, I'm trying to wait for the steam guys to get hooked up so I can warm this water up. And then what I could see is potentially taking that water and putting it in there. And actually, now I think about it. Enable this. Enable that. Actually, don't enable that. But enable the pump to start pumping the water out. Because that'll mix some warmer water in with the really cold water. That should help. Yeah, that'd actually probably be good, because that'll, if I remember correctly, this water gets taken to the reservoir. The reservoir will then warm up, so it's not just straight on cold water. Is this how the guys are? Yeah, it's going through storage, but because the storage is empty, there's no mixture of temperatures. So it's just getting just the cold water. That's the reason I think this will help a bit. I could just start pumping this water out. I am going to need that open, because unfortunately this has gotten covered with a bunch of clean water over time. Then we have to deal with. We can add automation to fix this now I think about it. That's the pipe. Yeah, no, I know you can use this trick to keep it from off-gassing, but now because I'm pumping out of it, it means I'm at risk of pumping the clean water into the wrong line, and that's not where I have cleaning on it. What I'm looking for is I just want to see if there's liquid present at all. I actually don't really care what liquid it is. I mean, actually, I guess I can use this across the board. Because if either of those are green, I want it to stay closed. The last I remember putting clean water into a sieve would damage the sieve, not unless that's changed. Alright, please build that. Yeah, and that's where all this clean water has come from. Like, I'm half tempted. I'd poke a hole here and it'd probably leak off a lot of that clean water, but... I mean, realistically, we should probably just have a filter somewhere along the line. Yes, this is the only input down here. Well, this and this are the inputs here. Goes all the way up here, goes around here. That'll always be polluted water and can never not be. Yeah, and then once I'm in here, I'm in a controlled environment. So it'd have to be before I go on this line. I'd be like, is there clean water? No, huck it around the, like, huck it over here. Like, put it potentially here. And then just drop it right, like, drop it literally right there. Now, if you use the one like I did the other one, this is going to stop flowing at different times. So it can't count on it working. I think I'm just going to have to use, like, the higher power liquid filter. Which, of course, there's stuff everywhere here, so it's not going to fit in here at all. The other thing I can do is I can tap it. This is a clean line. Okay. So we can bring that over here. This would go here. And then that would connect that back up. That's a clean line, so we can just, like, literally plug into it right there. Oh, yeah, no, it's just gonna totally spaghetti. Like, we'll eventually hit a point that I'll just have to address it. But we're not there yet, so, you know, I'm not gonna. We'll fix it later. Yep, that's the plan. It's a good plan. I really like it. Very straightforward. Alright, probably good to cut that at this point. And we're filtering fresh water. Pipe is blocked. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. That should work. What's going on with your crops over here? By temperature juggling a little bit. You're fresh out of polluted dirt, which is fine. The air is pretty much okay because that's all hydrogen, which we are pumping into tanks and we are using. Temporary things last longer than permanent. It's true of software dev as well. You'll be like, all right, we're just going to do like this quick band-aid fix because it's like all we got time for right now. So when are you going to quick, fix it right? Like, look, man, that's not a time that exists. The classic, well, we'll put it on the backlog. Yeah, that backlog will never be addressed. Alright. So with it, that should fix it, so even when we are pulling from the geyser, that shouldn't get overwhelmed. Like how Windows is still using code from 3.1. I mean, but that's fine. Like, using old code is fine. It's if it's, like, bad old code. That was one of the things that used to be, like, kind of a thing that would irk me when it came to, oh, hey, you finished these. So, if you see clean water, or you see polluted water, oh, I need a not gate there. Well, no, because that's... I didn't think that through. Alright, so I need a not goat. I want this to close when there's water up here, but the problem is with the two different types of water, I need both. So what we're going to need is we're going to need to go here to our automation. I'm going to need first an AND gate. And I'm going to need a NOT gate. No, that's not right. Okay. If you're green, I want you to be red. The problem is if I have a red and I turn it green, that's an issue. I want... Yeah, no, it should be right. No. It's an OR and a NOT gate. That's what we need. We need an OR and a NOT gate. So if either of these are green, you're green. And if you're green, you're red. You don't need... Oh, wait. You're right, because if either of them was green, it'll... Okay, my brain wasn't thinking this through. Right, because the green signal will override the red. Green, like, if it's green, it's green. We can also save material this way. My brain was thinking that, not in the fact that, like, they override, it was, if either is yes, then it's yes. I'm sorry. That both have to be yes, for it to be yes. I'm using, like, computer logic versus, you know, this just overriding the other one. It's fine. We're good. The big thing is I want to make sure that's not filling this up, because we've been having problems where, like, even though this is basically full, it'll keep going and then just overflow and keep going. Cool. That means as this pumps water out, it should be smart to keep refilling it. Another thing to do is I have this pipeline here. If I reroute it slightly, we can mess around with some stuff to automatically pass water to the other place when you have plenty of spare. And I know the proper way, I'm just going to do it the proper way. I was about to say, like, I can do this lazy way, I'm going to use a gate. I can just put that there and say when this tank is full, open that up. Yeah, that'll be fine. So, input, output. And then we can put a shut off over here. Oh, did you talk? Yeah, we got in the volcano. The volcano is going excellent. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Where is the shut off? What am I looking at? There we go. Shut off there. Wait, no, wait. Wait. No, that's dumb. None of that makes sense. That's a not connected to the rest of the system. What I want to do makes sense, but not here. I mean, I don't even need to connect to this. Like, this is if I ever ran out of water in there, and that's just not a thing I gotta worry about. Like, that would work over here somewhere where we have the input line and all that. Because the idea would be... Well, actually, so the way I could do this is I could put, like, if I find water up this high, go ahead and start chucking it that way. Yeah, just a couple of you having body temperature problems, but that's... It's weird that that little pocket is hot. Like, all around it is cool. It's weird that that little pocket is hot. Especially considering I have cooler water than it's going. I mean, okay, it's... Oh, I see. It's because I'm pulling this hot water, and the hot water is going right through it. That, I mean, honestly, that's fine. You've got 100,000, almost 100,000 calories there for 4 people. You're good. But yeah, as far as the volcano, yep, we're tapping it. It's right down here. Like right now, we're in between cycles, or eruptions, but it's still processing pretty alright. I still feel like I should put a little bit more water in there to get the pressure to be a bit higher, that I think these might run a bit more steadily on that. I don't know if that's true or that's just in my head, but I'm also scared because I know once I put the water in, there isn't... Well, I mean, there's just a tiny bit of water in there. Let's just take the rest of that water, shove it in there. It shouldn't make any difference. It's not a lot of water. Yeah, you're not even connected anymore. Nonetheless, just in case I ever mess up. Like, right now it won't help, but the next eruption, my hope is by making the pressure a bit higher, it'll hold its temperature longer. Are they just having difficulty finding copper? I have literal tons and tons and tons of it. Well, actually not as much as I thought. Okay, that could be the problem is... Yeah, it's not even like building or supplying. It's just not even showing up in the errands list. Like I said, I think I just have way too many things for them to do that I just need to be patient and let them catch up for a little while. Okay, you're not getting anything done because you're taking too long to get there. Where are you? Where'd you go? Maybe it's just her work shift or whatever ended. Yeah, unassigned carrying all of these things. Yeah, they are building them. It's just taking them a long time. There's just too much to build. The big ones would be nice if they actually connected this. If they built little pieces of it here and there. Need more dupes? Yeah, I've been putting it off because then I have to deal with even more... What is your problem? Body temperature? Too cold? Yup. Which that's what the steam is going to be about. My hesitation has been doing that because I need to increase my farms, I believe, if I'm going to do that. Oh, good, they're actually building the wire, finally. Alright, so that's cold water, that's cold water, that's cold water, that's cold water. I seem to have found the problem. All the water is how you say cold. Turn this back on, first of all. Because that'll give us some hot water to put into the system. And bear with me, I'm going to go grab myself another drink and I'll be right back. Okay. So, part of me still wants to try and, like, ever so slowly make this work. The issue is just the way I was doing it with the water, and then immediately turning into steam and then smashing this. What is the... Hang on. I have ideas. Okay. What is your temperature? Like, what is your tolerances? So you can handle 4,000 degrees, so you're good there. And you can handle ridiculous amounts of pressure. That's your whole gimmick. So in theory, what I could potentially do is make a little spot here that we can let the steam up. And I think that would actually work. Alright, let's make terrible ideas. So, okay. Wait, actually, how conductive are you? You are highly conductive. I'm seeing an immediate and sudden, very, very immediate flaw in my plan. Like an instantaneous flaw in my plan. Now, I could certainly put the bunker tile down there. And then try and put something else on the other side that's less conductive to slowly bring the heat through. Do you want hints? No, thank you. I would like to figure it out. Because half the fun is me doing things I probably ought not do. Now, I could use a temp shift panel to try and bring stuff across. Alright, so first of all, I can take these ones out. Those two aren't necessary. This one should also be fine to remove. Past that is the danger zone. Now, I'm also surprised with all the building projects, they immediately book over and deconstruct. They're like, yep, that's the priority. Okay. All right. How do I want to try and do this? I have a weird idea. Okay. So metal tile. So you're highly thermal conductive. Bunker tiles can handle lots of pressure. So if I put a bunker tile here, it's going to create steam, it's going to create pressure, it's going to shatter those, and then utter anarchy. But if I put a bunker tile over here, can I make you out? You're literally just steel. Okay, that's a problem. I was seeing if there's another material I could make that was very durable as well. Yeah, those are highly conductive tiles. Because the big thing is dealing with the pressure, and the problem that the thing I deal with the pressure is really good at providing heat movement. But I might be able to work around that. Okay. So. How do I want to approach this? Check your window tiles for more options. High thermal conductivity as well. Glass does not. I assume glass is probably crap for dealing with... Yeah, glass could potentially melt, but probably crap at dealing with pressure. Now, diamond can probably deal with the pressure, but it says it's highly conductive as well. Which surprises me because diamond should not be highly conductive. Did read that right. High thermal conductivity. Plastic tiles. Slow heating, insulator. Which are probably not super strong. Hmm. Like, if I can make it slowly transfer heat, that would be fine. That's what I'm trying to do, is see if there's some material I can put here that'll transfer some heat. But the high thermal conductivity really scares me. And if I chip that away, once it's gone, it's gone. Hmm. Because the metal will bring the heat, but that's not what I'm looking for. I need to deal with the pressure. The only one that mentions even being able to, like, I wish I could see, where do you tell me what pressure you can handle? Like, that's the thing, is I have no way of really seeing. Like, it just says it can handle high pressures, but I don't actually have a way of seeing specifically, hey, it's 50 kilograms of pressure that is my tolerance, or whatever the amounts are. Or, like, I wish this would say, this is a particularly durable tile. I mean, I guess that might be what it is. It might literally be all glass tiles are the same. So I've already got insulation tiles there. I could attempt to thermal plate diagonally and see what happens. Well, the insulation tiles give heat very slowly. They do not 100% prevent heat from moving through stuff. Actually, that does seem to be. I thought the insulated tiles had a limit, that they weren't amazing. Yeah, so they do have some. I might be able to do something really abusive with this. And put that there, thermal plate, put a tile here, it would warm up these insulated tiles. Those insulated tiles would slowly give their heat over here. And if not, I could just slam in more insulated tiles and pretend we didn't discuss any of these ideas. Let's put that there. Where are you? I'm probably making a horrific decision that's going to result in a cascading effect that's going to unleash the magma beast. Oh, you're not the one constructing, you're just dropping off supplies. Okay, well in that case, what we can also do is temp shift plate. Actually, one second before we do that, that's probably a mistake. Well, let's see. Utilities, temp shift plate. You have a lot of choices. Steel will have the highest. It'll probably still. So I'll do that. Insulated. Do this. Do that. We're gonna see what happens. Unreachable build? Ah, okay. That isn't gonna work. I thought I was gonna be able to build diagonally through it. I'm gonna make a really dumb move here and try and see if we can place it and then slap the other two in real fast. Okay. Let's set you as an emergency. Slow down time. More than likely, this is going to immediately cascade and kill us, by the way. Like, I kind of feel like... Oh no, it won't matter. If I put the door there, the pressure will shatter that anyway, so it wouldn't save anything. Oh, you're teasing me. This is a terrible idea. This is absolutely probably an absolutely horrific idea. Because my plan is basically ram that in and slam those two in as fast as we can. It'll have to be the left one, then the right one. But realistically what's going to happen is I'm going to immediately pull that. This is going to vaporize in a second. So the poor pawn in there is going to get hit. My hope is that the atmosphere suit will be enough. You have no power. Because you're out of coal and there's no coal left. And that's turned off. Oh, now you're actually delivering the copper. Good job. I don't know what your manual generator. No, don't do that. 9. Okay, get ready to set that up to max. This is a terrible idea. I don't need to poke this at all. You are really slow at building this, Rongor. You're tormenting me. Because it should spread the heat out to all of this, and that should make those two tiles hot. But because they'll be insulation tiles, they should spread their temperature very slowly. So it is picking up heat. Okay, that's nowhere near as dire as I thought it was going to be. You know what? Cancel that, actually. I think that might actually be okay. Because what'll happen is once it gets hot enough, it'll make a little steam and that should start cooling off. Like, it is surprisingly cooling that down at a pretty extremely fast rate. This doesn't feel like it should work this way. Like, yeah, it's warming up, but it's warming up at a snail's pace. Versus this is just dragging that temperature down. And now what it can do is if this works... What are you doing down there? You're, like, undulating a lot now. I am surprised 273 or 2,730 kilograms of steam doesn't break an insulated block. But I was going to say is what I could probably do is if that works and it keeps lowering the temperature, I can go to the right one, put another temp plate, pull up the first one, and if that's fine, I probably can't go down. That's going to be the tricky part. Is I won't be able to go down to that tile, because if I expose that... Well, no, actually, I probably will be able to. I make this work. Because I can go this way instead, put a template this way, it'll cool off all 3 of those, and give me a little bit more room to work. I can kind of, like, zigzag it around a little bit. to reduce the temperature there quickly. I'm actually really surprised this isn't causing problems. Because if I can get this one tile lower and start cooling off these ones, that means I can cool off the steam spot, and we can start a rotation of it going water, steam, water, steam, water, steam, and slowly turn the magma not magma. See, what I was expecting to happen is I was expecting this to cool that down, but I was expecting this to heat up extremely rapidly, so I was ready to slam down 2 insulated tiles, with the expectation of this template being able to raise the temperature of the insulated tile okay, since it affects the 9 tiles, or the tiles around it. I thought it was like both directions. And so I was like, okay, you know, it'll warm it up, but those insulated tiles, if they change temperature so slowly, that might be a way to do that. Because really my intent was to boil this water, to just start making all this water into clean water. I was not anticipating this just ever so slowly climbing. It's definitely pulling the heat from those 2 blocks, though, because it is getting hotter than everything else around it, other than those 2 blocks. Why are you scalding? Oh, you're doing that. That's fine. Keep doing it. Good job. That's not... Okay, hang on. You... If you're gonna stop in there to breathe, go here, heal up. Go in there, heal up. Please go... Oh, Jesus. It's like, I don't know why you're going inside for that cable. I just wanted you to get wired. Just little by little. And that's coming down really fast. Huh. Like, you know I can cut across. It's the trying to go down a tile that's the thing I'm not sure about. Part of it's the mass. The steel plate has a mass of 800 kilograms, and that's 500 kilograms. I mean, yeah, it's a little over half, but I would expect this to move considerably faster. And I guess then there's technically another 1,000 kilograms of brine water in front of it. No, mass abyssalate, where it's dumping it all into the water. Yeah. Still, the water doesn't seem to be getting that much warmer. It's fine. I mean, that seems like a perfectly viable strategy, because if I can get that to creep up to just boiling, that'd be perfect. Why is there one spot of goop water in here? Wait, did I hook up the wrong thing? You don't have goop water in your line, right? No, you're... Yeah, you're fine. I don't know where that came from, though, which does worry me. Yeah, you're getting just clean water through here. That might be interesting. Because I just really want to. That mop Aaron never went away. Thank you. Wait, did it really? Oh no. Oh, that's weird. When it's disabled here, it's still... Yeah, when it's disabled there, it still shows as open. I was like, what? Why are you open? You shouldn't be. It's just a graphic. Alright, how much longer until I get you back? 23 cycles. Basically never coming back. Assuming the hydrogen's long since tapped out too. Yeah, hydrogen's long since gone. Yeah, this is basically mostly done. I'm not gonna bother bringing the suits up or anything like that yet, but we'll get there next. I want them to get some of these other projects, like this line here, I want them to get that done before we worry about space. Because that'll at least make it so this battery's doing something. It'll also make part of my base not dependent on a bunch of other stuff. Cool. So now you've done that, don't go through that door anymore. And with that, we're now boiling ridiculously hot water through this area. And then out here to where the other ridiculously hot water is. So it gives me one more supply of water. And this will almost certainly not backfire to me in any way, shape, or form at any point in time. It will definitely go perfectly fine with no consequences whatsoever. It's just 180 degrees. It's fine. I mean, look at it. It's just glowing red on the thermostat. The poor fish in the middle here, like, don't even know what to do. Like, they got one pipe that is, like, extremely hot going through, another pipe that's going extremely cold going through. I mostly just was like, I need more water in my system. And this is a source that has been sitting here generating ridiculous amounts of heat that I have left alone since the very beginning. It might as well be used. Starvation? That's just because they couldn't get where they needed to. How is your water supply doing? It's getting a bit on the low side. As long as I keep water moving in this place, it'll just run forever. That is the only thing that they're dependent on for the outside. Now, with our newfound water reservoir... Wait, actually, how is our water? Alright, yeah, so our water's maxed out. So, connect that bad boy up. Start bringing water to our friends. Extremely hot, scalding water. This isn't going through the middle of my base, right? Maybe a little bit. Maybe a lot bit. It's probably okay, right? It's okay. It'll be bad right away, but once we start getting this out where it's just like little bits of water here and there, it shouldn't be nearly as bad. How hot is that making our base? It is an appreciable and noticeable glow around where that pipe is moving the water at the moment. Not red yet, but an appreciable glow. How's this going down here? We don't want to completely ignore this. Yeah, I'm debating that. It wouldn't be. I think we do. I think we do replace it with insulated pipe. That part. I think that's the only part that's a problem. Ironically, actually, cancel that for right now. Maybe we still do later. But ironically, this area is too cold. So we might just ignore this problem until that problem is solved, and then correct this problem. I mean, ignore that problem until the plants start to die from overheating instead. Right, but right now, they're too cold. So the idea is, once they start to get a bit warmer, then I correct the piping here. Because it's also this thing that this is a very limited reservoir. It's got a lot in it at the moment, but the steam doesn't really give me much in the way of volume of water. It's just like a little bit here and there. So it's probably one of those things that's going to be this initial punch that's a problem. And then once we're more balanced out with it, it'll be fine. Or rather, it won't be urgent. That steam did take like 600 cycles become that much water. Yep. Yeah, it's just it. This thing's been running for a whole long time. That's not a lot of water popping in. So I think we will be good in the long run. Ooh, they almost got a good chunk of that cable towards putting that steam to use down here, because this one has been sitting there idling the whole time. There's been nothing for it to do. It's not connected yet. I find the routes they take to do stuff to be really kind of ridiculous. Because I would love this to get to a point where I can boil this water. Just because they'll start turning this brine into fresh water. And then the salt will drop, and we can just kind of like let that cycle so it just makes all of this into fresh water. And also, we get rid of magma. I wonder at what temperature would be good for me. This might be going, no fresh water, only brine, only spicy water. How about we got that polluted water, we got the brine, we got the... Is it clean water? The water is clean. The air above the water? Oh man. Our slime lung situation has been ignored for perhaps entirely too long. That is, you know what? If you don't turn the black light on the hotel furniture, it doesn't look so bad. Do a shout out for Mr. Lamper UK, fantastic content creator. Plays a lot of Project Zomboid. You're up to, what, 220, 230,000 zombies killed in your current run? Making some solid stuff. Base needs a good steam sterilization. Yeah. The base needs a whole lot of, I don't know, something or other. Alright, so the number of plants that are too cold are not as many. Something about pumping through scalding hot water has been improving that problem. Guys, definitely check out Mr. Lamprey if you are into the Project Zomboid. You can find it there in good times. I do wonder at what point, let's see, 230,000 at the moment, finishing off the weapons level 7. How goes oxygen? It goes good. We tamed a volcano. That's going well. It's going... Yeah, it just actually erupted a moment ago. You know, so that's going pretty well. I am poking magma, which is certainly not going to blow up in my face. You shouldn't be whining anymore. You should have water coming in. You're good there. Yes, this area is just basically stable at that point. Oh, except you're out of natural gas. Huh. Don't know when that happened. Most of the dupes aren't dead, so it's fine. Yeah. So, I turn this thing back on, and then we gotta do the whole cycle of our dupes scalding themselves again and again. Which is what's gonna happen, because they need more natural gas. I'm surprised you're not getting scalded yet. It's 160 degrees. There you go. You got just a little scalded. Alright, so I'll start letting natural gas in here. We'll start pumping more oil. So I'll just have to check in on them because they're going to hurt themselves a lot. I need to get the atmosphere suits over there. Like, I really do. I just know once I put them over there, I'm going to have to deal with the headache of them always wanting to run through and grab the atmosphere suit and refusing to do otherwise. And I think I can do a thing where they go on and off. It needs to be hotter in there. And what's your completely... Let's see. What's your completely full air filtering system? I mean, it's very empty. System. Or do you mean over here? Yeah, that's hydrogen over there. I think this is also hydrogen. I think this is the one that's just, we don't have it, like it's just whatever. That's hydrogen, that's carbon dioxide, and that's that. Wow, am I actually out of carbon dioxide? Geyser must be off. Yeah, geyser's off. I mean the rows that are full? Oh yeah, so that's the hydrogen going down to this generator, and that's the natural gas going down to these generators. Versus like this is the natural gas storage, and that's the hydrogen storage. And then the rest of this is basically nothing. In your other base? Let's take a look-see. That's because this is at max pressure. I just need my my slicksters to eat more. They just really need to be eating more. Oh yeah, that's just the chlorine is maxed out. This is our mixed gas. It's actually draining right now if you look at the high pressure vent over here. Well, it was. But yeah, it's polluted oxygen is the problem. When I get to space, I think I might actually start venting polluted oxygen. Like or even what I might even do is like gases I don't care about having a surplus of, like carbon dioxide, polluted oxygen, that kind of stuff. I might literally just have it pipe out into one vent, that vent just goes up and just hucks it out into space and is done with it. But yeah, chlorine's been full for a while. It just gets tossed up into these containers. And as this container fills up, it dumps the gas back out. It's this polluted oxygen is really what it boils down to. I need to set up a place where I can process the polluted oxygen much faster. Where is all that polluted oxygen coming from now? I mean, we got a pool of gross water here. When did the polluted oxygen get so terrible here? Oh, that was right. Because we had our other base, I ran out of carbon dioxide, started pumping nothing but the polluted oxygen from the other base over here. And so then it was just here. So let's see. What are the ways I can make polluted oxygen into not polluted oxygen? Polluted oxygen gas. So it can deodorize it into oxygen. Puffs can turn into slimes. Or slime. That produces it. I was hoping it's like, yo, you can just make it like really heckin' hot. And that'll do good enough. Wait, actually, wait a second. What was that? Hold on. Go back up there. Did it mention it like if I got to negative 200? Oh! If I make it negative 297.3 degrees, I can make it into liquid oxygen. Well, no problem. Let's just get right on that. Wonder how I could manage to do that. Yep, you can use it to power your rockets. Yeah, so it's another thing. Like, all right, how? Yeah, this thing is a super late, super late game fuel. Yeah, so I was thinking what you could do is do like the thermal aqua tuners, where you'd start out with like your first ones to get whatever gas into a liquid state, to then get that liquid, like maybe carbon dioxide, get that into a liquid state, to then take in even more aqua tuners to get it even colder, to like try and bring the oxygen down to its liquid state. Then you just take it in its liquid state and whatever. You'd have to be able to like really bring the temperature down on something. I only have a couple ways to. Yeah, it'd have to be the thermal aqua tuners. Would have to be how you bring it down. Yeah, I think it'd be stages of thermal aqua tuners. Well, if I get more of these all figured out, would be good. Yeah, you can get super coolant, which has an insane heat cool transfer. Gotcha. Yeah, versus the oil I'm using is actually not great on heat transfer, but I can get it super duper cold. Well, I can get it fairly cold. I notice petroleum looks like it's slightly better. It does seem like the idea is I'd use something like this to get some other material that doesn't start in a liquid state into its liquid state, and then that would be potentially super powerful. Alright, so liquid aluminum is not going to be cold. Liquid brine is fine. It gets to -8. Liquid carbon. Huh. Those are both at very high temperatures. It becomes gas and it becomes solid. Huh. Oh, right, because I'm looking at liquid carbon. Right. Because I'm already... Okay, yes. Carbon dioxide, so that's 69 in the negative. Yeah, no, it was I forgot I was looking at liquid, and I was like, wait a second. Yeah, so that's -69. Chlorine. So if I can get to -30, chlorine would get us to a much lower. Crude oil, that's what we're using right now. Oh, interesting. If I just literally heat up crude oil, like nothing else, just make crude oil hot enough, it turns in petroleum? Okay, that's an interesting thing I didn't expect. Ethanol. Ethanol looks like it's pretty good for cooling. Yeah, using magma to boil oil into petroleum is a thing. But go hotter and you get sour gas, which is fun. Yeah, liquefied gold. That'll be a party. Yeah, liquefied ethanol is pretty impressive. Alright, so liquefied hydrogen is real cold. Okay, natural gas becomes methane if I get it cold enough. So what is sour gas? Sour gas is hydrocarbon gas, high concentration, byproduct of highly heated petroleum, unbreathable, is very, very, very poor thermal conductivity, absorbs radiation. So basically, it gets that heat and it sucks at getting rid of heat. So it stays that way. Resin, salt, steel, supercoolant. So supercoolant is produced using the molecular forge. Okay, that's real snazzy. I haven't even looked at research in a long time. We shut it down when I didn't have the power. Rad Bull chamber. You heat up petroleum, it flashes to sour gas, and then you can't cool it back to petroleum. You gotta super freeze it to methane. Yeah, that's like just with that. Oh, I have molecular forge. I can build that. But I have to get the materials from space missions. I see. Which is what I figured. That's the reason I started making this. I'm like, alright, I'm starting to hit, as far as types of materials, I'm starting to hit my limit that I need to get to space. So that's what all this is being set up here for. I've been trying to get all this other construction, not start new construction. I got like this last bit of wire here to do, which we're working on right now, it would appear. And then this steam power will take over all of this area down here. Like we look at the grid here. Once I connect that, it'll take over. I mean, that's not even being used. It'll take over these pumps and all these kinds of things on this grid. So I'll be able to, like, honestly, I'll be able to take that coal generator offline. Hey, Ancient Fireclaw, how's it going? Oh, you're so close to having that done. And how are you going? You're actually getting down to a manageable 600 degrees. $3 a.m. Been cuddling with a comfy pup to help me sleep. Yeah, I need to be wrapping up pretty soon myself. It's 4:30 my time. Yeah, so the thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna next put a temp shift plate over here. Then it's gonna be the danger zone of seeing if I can't make something pop over here. It might even be that I put another insulation tile over here. My fear is if I get more steam down there that I can start breaking these tiles. Once that happens, it's going to not be good. But I want to sneak it down just one more tile. Because if I can sneak it down just one more tile down here, where I can actually get to cool those off, I think we'll be able to do some neat stuff. Especially if I could manage to sneak it in this spot where I could cool down that steam. So, like, make it liquid, make it steam, make it liquid, like, get that cycle going. I'm not sure if we'll be able to pull it off. It could also be that I put the temp tile there, and something happens, magma gets up there, and then suddenly I'm frying my base. Alright, so this is now getting too hot, I assume? Yes, it is. Alright, so now it's time for the insulated tile. Or insulated pipe. Just one more cycle per tile. Yep. Like, and everything's still rough because this is still dormant for another 16 cycles. Aw, man. You're gonna go dormant after, like, 2 more eruptions. I'm gonna have to get solar, because I expected those volcano to be far more consistent power, and it really kind of left me going, I guess you're okay. So I think I'm gonna have to get solar out here, where I believe that'll be consistent. I don't think it's nearly as much power, if I recall. Isn't it, like, very low power? Yeah, 380 watt. Thing I haven't noticed is on this one I haven't seen any asteroid hits at all. Not like our other one. Like this one, if we go up to the top of it, it's just Swiss cheese up here from the asteroids either building up or destroying terrain. Okay, well with that, what I think I'm going to do is bear with me. I'm going to first pause the game. I'm going to stop the recording.